Alrighty, we should be live. Now I just need to do a quick little mic check. And verify whether or not things are audible. Perfect, that's probably loud enough it's going to cause an echo. Infinite bullshit. Great! Whatever. Okay, now let's change the capture window. Alrighty. Now to send out the notification. Alrighty then. Just make sure that is still working. That's working, good, okay. 1080p 60 source, great, okay. And now, okay, yeah. And do I need that spreadsheet right now? I don't need that spreadsheet right now. Okay, yep. So, what's on the docket for today? Playing DD1 because DD2 is still a performance hog if I try to stream it. I can play it on my own, but not with an audience, so we're going back to DD1. Specifically, we are going to be doing some dragon forging. Maybe just one session. I want to think about it. Because I did quite a bit of farming since the last stream. I was at low mid-50s after the Griffin fight, or not the Griffin, the Cockatrice. I did a full set of dragon forging for chimeric armor. and Griffic armor before that. And I also did a full set for my pawn, except for I wanted to use the Sage's Robe, but Sage's Robe can't be worn by Mystic Knight, so I had to just hold back on that one. I dragon forged the Royal Guard armor. Okay, let me try to explain this one to you. I'm still on the first playthrough for this character. I have not done the Duchess in Distress. I do not have Love in the Rough. I dragon forged that armor. I dragon forged this armor on 1 star of upgrades. It was pain. Just pain in general. So, but I did it. And I brought a couple other things I wanted dragon forged. I have a 2-star on the circlet. I have a 3-star on this mace and a 1-star on the shield. The shield I don't need for anything. It's just something I would like to have for when I do my Duchess in Distress. The rusted mace, however, I could go sword on this. I could go mace on this. It's when I get to Bitterblack Isle, I like having at least one weapon that can be good for torpor sets. And I already have a sword. But I want a mace. So yeah, I can show you everything I have dragon forged when I go back to storage. As it stands, though, this is the one dragon you can farm prior to post-game. And I can't remember if I needed 3 days or 4 here to pass. So I'm going to do 3 days.
Just name it.
You can cycle this very quickly once you get to Devilfire Grove. So you don't have to wait for that first checkpoint being established in order to cycle another day. And I can't remember if I needed 3 days here or more. So I'm just going to do 3 days. And now we should be able to just go straight to where the Drake spawns, and if we're lucky, it'll be ready. If not, 1 more day. That's it.
I'll take that.
Now, that was just 3 days because I was doing other stuff in this save. It takes 7 day-night cycles for the Drake to respawn under,
Let's go around. I hear water nearby.
The grapes have respawned. It should have been a full cycle then. Can we see it from here? No. Even though the grapes respawn quicker than the Drake. I think the Grand Grapes are on a 3-day cycle, so 72 in-game hours, versus the Drakes, which are on approximately 168. So we need 1 more day. And 1 more day means those Grand Grapes will get moldy in our inventory, hopefully, so better for curative purposes. Oh, and it's a nice muggy day as well. Perfect, let's go mug a Drake.
What's that?
We can either mug a Drake or Diddy. Pick one. I know Diddy has some keys, got the key to the city, and now he's pretty much a done deal. But the mayor that gave him the key to the city, might need more of an investigation. I still can't see the Drake. Did I have my counter wrong? I might have had my counter wrong. Yeah, one more night cycle should do it. Grand grapes still need more time to go moldy. Okay, okay. Don't worry, Reynard. I'm going to do your quest once I've finished Aelinor. I wasn't going to use an Arisen's Bond this run through, but I can't see myself doing more than 2 playthroughs on stream, so I'm probably just going to give him one first so you can see if there's any meaningful difference between giving it to a man and a woman. Spoiler, there isn't. And then I'll do maybe Madeline my second playthrough. Just keep more ready access to different merchants. Yeah, I'm going to do that.
Aye. Just name it, sir. Oh, as you like.
Alrighty. And my PC is ramping up. Hopefully that's a good sign.
What's this?
So yeah, I did quite a bit of farming off stream just to save you guys the problems of me doing busy work. And now we're going to get to hang out while I do other busy work. Namely, I want to get... this one should be most likely to Dragonforge. This is what I would want to get Dragonforge, and this is what I should want to get Dragonforge, because even though I have full Chimeric, I like having more of my character's head visible. Not all of it visible. I've seen people requesting a hide helmet toggle in DD2. I wouldn't go that far. But I do like having majority visibility, so that's why I like using circlets where possible. And also, for Mystic Knight, because the Drake has a vulnerability to ice, I'm using a slight modification of my set. I changed out the Holy Trance for Frost Trance. Gives the entire party an ice buff, and a nice buff. I'm going to let that run out. Wait, you're getting mighty close. Okay. This dude will fuck himself up by trying to chase you outside of his own patrols. So now that he's outside his area, we actually have to cycle him very quickly. Yeah, so reload the checkpoint because this bastard of a lizard went outside of his zone, and if you don't remember what happened last time, just look to the sky. Look as far up as you can.
It's but a flesh wound.
Actually, no, he went to the correct zone this time. One thing that happens quite often in the PC version, I don't know about other versions, but it seems to happen very often here, is that if you get him to zone out on the eastern side of the, or especially the southern side, but mainly the eastern side is where my experience is. If you get the Drake to zone himself out here by charging outside his own patrol territory, he won't stay in Devilfire Grove. No. He will go to his post-game spawn. And that breaks the fight. So yeah, fuck that dude entirely. I just got here, can you not? I mean, yeah, he went to an area that has goblins, but he also is still in the damn area, so... Get down here, you overgrown gecko.
Some beasts still remain. The horn is destroyed.
And nothing. Granted, that one went quicker than I was hoping, so I didn't actually get to set my items properly. I only had the circlet equipped, but it's still a tier 2. So now we restore checkpoint, because I don't want to deal with... If you want to farm it, you can just go cycle the day-night thing more quickly.
Let's have a
But I'm here for dragon forging. So
The marsh grows
I'm fighting it until it's at, let's say, 33%, maybe even less of its final health bar. And then I'm switching gear.
monsters at its edge.
I don't mean switching gears and switching speed, although slightly. I'm switching gear as in switching my equipment. Everybody stay the fuck back here. Don't tempt it out early. And yes, if you do swap your gear... Swapping the helmet, is that going to change it? No, swapping the helmet doesn't change it. There's a lot of armor pieces where if you do swap it, it will dispel your passive buffs or your skill buffs. So you want to save that until right at the end. It'll especially get rid of anything you have on the equipped item. So yeah. I'm switching to a rusted mace. It might be tier 3, but it's still a rusted mace. Before it got buffed in Dark Arisen. So that's going to suffer some. Okay. Personally, I sometimes like doing the save after I apply the first tier of buff. So I can just go back to the main menu and then reload here. Don't have to redo all the same button prompts. It's a matter of where you want to lose your time. There we go.
Quickly! The heart is unprotected! Now, master! Aim for its heart!
How? Stop running, you bitch! Please stay in your damn zone. Please.
Its wings may be vulnerable as well. We'll get nowhere while it's aloft.
I didn't see where it flew to. Okay, it stayed here. Okay, that's good. Yeah, it's annoying because it stays flying instead, but...
The horn is destroyed. Cannot reach it from the ground. Aim for the
It's probably going to one-hit KO all my damn pawns right now. And nothing Dragon Forged. Reload. Oh well. This is Dragon Forging. This was Dragon Forging before they added Dark Arisen. This was the most convenient place to Dragon Forge. The only guaranteed spot you could get it in the base game was the final fight with Grigori. And because it's the final fight with Grigori, it Dragon Forges everything you're wearing at the time. So naturally, you save that. You coming to get us, big guy? Come on. Let's have some fun. Right here, big fella.
This looks interesting.
Don't you want to play? Compare contrast this to when I was fighting it as a ranger at like level 30.
Attack when it reels.
Quickly! The heart is unprotected!
I'm deeply sorry. It was nothing.
They're a threat when well
Well, get it down. And that right there is why I like having a rusted set ready to go. Again, no dragon forging. Ugh. I only brought 3 items, and only one of them is a 3 tier, but still. Have I mentioned I'm glad they changed what is optimal for farming this in Dark Arisen? Because this was pain in the first game, before there was the expansion. Yeah. I got my Mystic Knight fully leveled off stream. Well, my vocation fully leveled. The character itself is still only level 66. There's work to be done. Come on, Geico. You'd even insure my goddamn gear.
There. Movement in the woods. There. The heart lies exposed. Don't scale it in scope.
Rain steel upon it. Did it with all your might.
What? That went quicker than expected. And still nothing. Aren't you so glad I did most of the farming off stream? Can you imagine me trying to do this with the soldier set, the disguise, or... I did this with 2 full armor sets, 3 if you count my pawns. And several weapons and several shields. I did it with a rusted staff. In case you haven't noticed, my Mystic Knight, I'm not good with a staff. But I did it, and I never want to farm a rusted staff dragon forging ever again. I say as I got my alts ready. I got just close enough, he should be tempted to charge here. Come on, get closer.
There, Master. Trace.
It's aggressive. There. The heart lies exposed.
There we go.
The heart is unprotected.
An opening.
Not good positioning, but should still be workable. As long as he doesn't zone himself back out.
Tis a troubling foe.
And I got the angle on that wrong.
I'll scale it and strike from above.
Drakes are not free, but they are... Where are you going? Get back here!
We cannot reach it from the ground.
See, that's what I'm afraid of happening every time. Something is fucked with the spawn table, or the behavior. Just something is fucked with it. Because that Drake didn't stay in the grove. It went here to conquer a sanctuary. You know where those Cyclopes are, and the Ballista? Yeah. That's where it's supposed to go post-game. Prior to that, it's supposed to stay here. But the behavior is fucked. So, reload. Yeah. I would rather be playing this than trying to struggle through the tech support side of DD2 right now, but that does not mean DD1 is perfect. I still love it, though. DD1 is... Is it in my top 10 games of all time? I think it might be. I'd have to sit and think on my top 10 list of all games of all time, because naturally it's not just the top 10 best, I have to factor in different genres and such. I love DD1. I wish I could play more DD2, so maybe maybe that'll be tonight when I'm off stream.
There, Master. Trace. Its head is vulnerable.
Ha! Countered your belly bolt. Belly bolt? No, body slam. What am I thinking? I'm getting Pokemon mixed up with the attacks. I'm not even using a counter build. I just have good timing. It only took 60 hours to remember. And soon I'm going to have to change to a sword away from MK to actually finish getting my MK's magic stats high enough. So, yeah. The counter build is not going to last for long. And I'm not even really doing a full counter build. Okay, now's a good time to change gear. There we go. Give me something. There we go, I got the mace. And my phone notifications are on? I'll mute those. Yeah, I got the mace. Okay. Well, no, don't give. Go to equipment. Yeah, equip that. Give that to Umbroth so I can take some carry weight off. Give that to Umbroth so I can take some carry weight off. And before the corpse is despawned, if you haven't killed all the horns to get the drops on it, you can keep swinging away. The right horn is a bit harder to hit once it starts sinking. The left one, well, you can see. There's 2 horns, a scale, a dragon blood. Should be at least 1 more drop. But it's harder to get that until the body starts dissolving. I've already got the Drake's Tear. Oh, there it is. Amber scale. There could be more. Let's see. Looks like that's it. Okay. So now you're going to see how you cycle this in order to get a fresh Drake spawn. I could change my gear if I wanted to... If you wanted to maximize efficiency. Change your gear so that you have as many non-Dragon Forged items equipped when you do the fight. That way you can maximize your number of chances. That the statistical roll here is, I think, 3%. I'm not going to pretend I have that information right now. I'll try to remember later. Basically, you get a higher percentage roll per every star of upgrading your gear has here. No star, 1 star, 2 star, 3 star. You don't need to get Dragon Forging from the dragon once it's up to Dragon Forging here. You will see there's silver rarefied and gold rarefied when we get to Dark Arisen later today. You don't need to fight a dragon to get those. You just need to fight the dragon in order to get this, the red star, or the red dragon mark for Dragon Forging. And you want as many pieces of gear equipped as you can at the same time to get the highest chance, because it's like in Pokemon where it doesn't decrease the... How to explain? Shiny odds in Pokemon do not improve the fraction based on the modifiers. It gives you more rolls. It's the same thing with Dragon Forging here. You don't improve the odds by having multiple pieces of equipment, you just get more rolls. But here's the thing. There's only 1 or 2 armor sets I currently own that I would want to bother Dragon Forging right now. And one of them I'm going to be wearing to the final battle. So the other one, it's like, the best I can do without post-game materials is 1 star, maybe 2 star, a couple pieces. I'm not going to waste that time. I'll waste your time, but I'm not going to waste that time specifically. I've already Dragon Forged everything I care to at this stage. I mean, I could do another set of silk lingerie, but... Nah, I already have 1 set Dragon Forged. I have some Dragon Forged panties. This game is great. How did you reforge silk that was with fire? Well, dragons. Yes, but how? Dragons. But how? Dragons!
Aye. Just name it, sir.
Yeah, put the mace away. Carry these with me for later. Carry that with me for later. And now it's time to show you how quickly you can change the cycle on the Drake.
Oh, as you like.
There's 1.
Aye. Just name it, sir. Oh, as you like.
There's 2.
Aye. Just name it, sir. Oh, as you like.
3.
Aye. Just name it. Oh, as you like.
4.
Aye. Just name it, sir. Oh, as you like.
5.
Aye. Just name it, sir. Oh, as you like.
6.
Aye. Just name it, sir. Oh, as you like.
7. And now we can get another Drake fight here in Devilfire Grove. Did I tell you this was the... let me pull up my history. Let me see. Because before this, I'd only gotten like 70, 80 days at the inn. Because I was doing, what do you call it? Item forgery. Where's that stat here? In stays, 265. I put in, I'm going to say at least 180 days. Over 2/3 of my in-game in-stays here in Devilfire Grove, trying to farm this damn Drake. I did a lot of farming to get here. Like, before... Where is that stat? Here it is, Drakes. I did 1 Drake fight on stream. Now 2, I guess. I did 22 of these off stream. And keep in mind, I only saved the Drake runs where I got a minimum of 1 item Dragon Forged. Minimum 1. There were some runs where it's like, I got this Blue Kite Shield Dragon Forged once, but I was pissed off at my pawns. The fight went terribly. It's like, fuck it, I want to do it properly, and now I regret it because I have no idea how long it's going to take to get this 1-star Dragon Forged. Let me be dumb, okay? I'll be your fucking himbo for this. Now, where were we? Right. The Grape should have respawned. It's been 7 in-game days. They only take a 3-day timer. You can already see the Drake from here. Yep. Everybody take your buff. I don't think it's going to cause any kind of substantive difference if I change from my Fine Magic Buckler to Brain. Fine Magic Buckler. Why did I... I think changing from that to this version of the shield, Blue Kite Shield, not Thunder Kite Shield, that shouldn't cause me any problems during the fight. Shouldn't is the operative word there. And now we save. I don't know how married I am to the Blue Kite Shield anyway, so if I get the Circlet or the Shield, then that'll be the last farm run of the day. Come on.
A Drake! There!
What's this?
I'll scale it and strike from above!
The heart lies exposed!
I serve against the worm!
The heart
Strike with ice!
There we go.
I'll rend its heart with this.
I need to just change that notification setting now. Stop charging out of your damn zone.
Steal upon it!
Its wings may be vulnerable. Destroyed. Strip its wings and it cannot fly.
Attack when it reels!
All your might.
Okay, yeah, that was a bum run. I didn't even bother changing it to, let me just disable the sound here. No vibration either. I'll suffer through it. No vibrations. Good or otherwise. Okay. This is the annoying part of farming this Drake. I do have not my words. I have my port crystal set up at the Shadow Fort, so I could be approaching it from the opposite direction. It's less likely to fuck up its own zoning, I guess, if you approach it from the west instead of the east. I don't know why it has such a strange patrol limitation, but it does. Okay, I'm over here. That should give you some wiggle room.
There. Movement in the woods. Beasts. Monsters.
Hopefully that's aimed at Umbroth. burning so much stamina for nothing at this stage. That's one horn down. The goblins really want to pick a fight now. Fine. I've been staggered by the goblins trying to interfere in this, but never killed. The Drake, sure, maybe in the past. Grab the damn thing! Very poor choice of words.
I'll scale it and strike from above.
Just hit it. Yeah, I'm fine. I already did the rest of Mace. What am I doing? Nothing. Again, the Dragon Forging will appear immediately in the top right corner. Typically, although not exclusively, Dragon Forging takes priority over level up text, so you'll know right away if you got something Dragon Forged. Typically. Not exclusively, but typically. I had to give you at least some taste of the vanilla experience. Did you want to come back to 2012? Do you remember when this was the apocalypse year and not 2020? How naive we were.
There, movement in the woods. Beasts. Monsters. Else.
There, Master! Drakes!
Don't stand directly in front of me when it's aggroing you. Keep up the pressure, come on. It just noted the, okay, sure, okay. Yeah, I don't need to change any of that. I got the circlet and the shield already equipped. I'm doing fine. I got too used to having to change to, nothing again. Look, there is a certain extent to which this is overkill. Like, I'm level 66 right now. You go up to 200, although it changes to display not 200, but instead infinity. Infinity is just what it displays as your cap. You can already get this on farm stats. Like, am I using any DLC gear right now? No. This is all stuff I could have gotten up till now. Not even post-game, just main game. Same with my pawn. There's an extent to which it's just plain overkill. Hell, in Dark Arisen especially, your stats are, your leveling stats are less relevant than your gear.
Movement in the woods.
So you don't need to min-max your build as much on any version except for the vanilla of PS3 and 360. Get back here, you coward. Get back here. You don't need to min-max your stats unless you are specifically playing on vanilla for PS3 360. Every other version has Dark Arisen built into it, so you can be loosey-goosey with your stats. It's just, I like min-maxing.
Attack when it reels!
Come on, get back down here.
The heart's arisen. Attack the heart.
Got the kite shield. Okay. Do I want to continue and get the circlet? Ah, that's tempting. I kind of want to. Wait, did we get both horns?
The horn is destroyed!
See, you can break the horn off as long as you get to it soon enough before the degradation kicks in. Not every corpse works that way, although I'm trying to think of the exceptions. Like for Cyclops, you can get the tusks broken off in a post-kill status, but you can't get the plate armor. Did we get all the drops? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... And a rift cluster. Yeah, I guess that's all the drops. Okay. And against my better judgment, I'm going to make you all suffer while I try to get that damn circlet too. Actually... I mean, it's better in raw stats, but does it have the same bonus to block as a fine buckler? Huh. It's just a hair heavier as well. Let me check the carry weights when I get back to camp. Specifically for my current encumbrance. Because I'm not planning on running full chimeric. I like having a circlet. I don't like the chimeric helmet. I don't like the way... I'm not going to be able to show it here because we're not in a town. I can maybe show that when we get back to Grand Soren or something. The way the helmet folds up. And it has a very prominent vertical horns extending, so... yeah.
Just name it, sir.
I might regret this. I'll hold that on. I'll hold on to that for now because I want to show you the differences when you're in and out of town with that helmet. So you can see why I don't like using it. But I did get the full set Dragon Forged.
Come again.
Let me see here. I think it's only, what is it, a 0.23 difference? Yeah. And for my current weight level, I still have a little bit of wiggle room for when I get the tiers of all the different drakes, or Drake, Worm, and Wyvern. They all have their own tiers once you get to post-game. Drake is the only one you can get before post-game. And this is the Paladin's Mantle. This is what you get from using the Worm King's Ring on that, the robbery. I don't think you wanted me to waste your time on showing that thieving. You can easily look that up. I'm not showing you anything new there. Yeah, I feel like getting the circlet, too. Yeah, no other excess equipment, so...
Just name it. As you like.
There's one.
Aye, just name it.
There's two.
Aye, just name it.
There's three.
Aye, just name it. As you
There's
like.
four.
Aye, just name it. As you like.
Five.
Aye, just name it, sir. As you like.
6. And last
Just
one.
name it, sir. As you like.
Drake will be respawned. And I don't have to worry about switching gear mid-fight, because I'm already good in this. Is there anything else I'd want? I wish I could get this damn Sage's robe good, but unfortunately, as you can see, not equipable at Mystic Knight. Everything else, though, with Umbroth, I was able to get upgraded. She's also wearing the lingerie and a corset. You couldn't tell it by looking at her, but yeah. Umbroth is a freak! Yeah, just grab the chest. It's so nice that I can wear a full armor set and I'm still in the light category. I was missing this for so much of the playthrough. Now I'm actually able to comfortably Dragon Forge. It's bliss. I don't think I can get much closer without proccing the aggro. Okay, everybody's got their buff. We'll get in range. This should be close enough. Come on, roar. Do the roar. Do it.
There, Master! Drinks! Ice serves against the worm.
Get down here. Okay, there's the level, so you can see soon. Yeah, no, I guess priority is still where I thought it was. Okay. I'm trying to upgrade a tier 2 as well. I got a tier 1 to upgrade before I got the tier 2. If it was going to be the mace, then the circlet, and then the shield, I probably would have given up before I was getting to the shield. I normally don't like running the Thunder version of the shield over the base version because the Thunder one comes with its own enchantment built in, which can throw off your elementals. But at the same point, it is just better on the raw, and I'm pretty sure you can get to that one sooner.
There.
That said, I have this now.
Beasts or monsters else.
Thank you for your contributions, little Billy.
What's this?
You all have ranged options. Can you shoot it out of the sky, please? Thank you. Nothing again. Well, I'm going to let the notifications all play out just in case, because the order isn't 100% contiguous. Just 99%, and I have an ounce of hope. Only slightly, just a little. Speaking of hope, I hope I can play DD2 on stream soon. I'm probably going to do my first full playthrough offline. Maybe I'll... Once they patch in the ability to start a new game properly, then maybe I'll play it on stream. How? It was in the first game! How? How did you not have that in the sequel? Which is supposedly so much more feature and just quality of life complete. Anyway.
There, movement in the woods. Beasts. Monsters else. There, Master! Drink!
Eyes exposed!
I search against the worm!
There we go. You goblins have the worst time. You're just gonna die in the crossfire.
I shall take on the storm.
Come on, show me the notifications. Still nothing. I will say this, though. For all the glitches I can complain about in this particular section of this particular game, I only had the Drake spontaneously die of its own accord once during all that farming. And naturally, it gave me a Dragon Forge as well. But I didn't keep the save because I felt like I cheated. Even though it was the game that broke and not me breaking it. Okay.
There. Movement in the woods. Beasts or monsters else.
Come on, big fella. I'm not hiding. Come get me.
There, master!
I'm posing for you with my edgy shadows. Come on. Come get me.
Ice serves against the worm.
Strike with ice! Rain down on it!
It's hot like that road.
I'm probably going to unequip Geisel, or... Is that Geisel?
The heart, Arisen! Attack the heart!
I'm going to unequip that specific ice spell later, because it gets in the way of actually seeing what's happening. Even though it is good for damage. The visual impairment is not worth the DPS. Another nothing, I'm guessing. Yeah. Okay. This isn't even the best circlet I could be using, it's just the one I have right now. But I want it. And I'm gonna get it.
There. Movement in the woods. Beasts or monsters else.
The heart lies exposed.
There's a part of me that's honestly surprised this game got such a long-standing number of grinders in the post-game. What with... Functionally... We're already doing some of the hardest content of the game. Fire Drakes, Thunderworms, and Frostwithers. Or maybe it was Thunderwithers and Frostworms. Those were introduced in the DLC. This is one of the hardest enemies you can fight in the post-game for Vanilla Dragon's Dogma. And it's already trivialized. We still have 2/3 of the way to max level. It's interesting to think about. The combat is that good that it feels like, even though you're trivializing it, you are trivializing it. It's not that the game is trivial. It makes you feel strong. I can do that, definitely. Yeah.
There. Movement in the woods. Beasts. Monsters else.
Come and get me, Alduin. Let's do it. How did I fuck that up? I hit you with your own wind pressure. That is the recompense for making me look dumber than usual.
The heart Arisen, attack the heart! Attack from the field!
Some beasts still remain.
You say that we're only halfway through this dragon's, what is it, 8, 9 health bars?
All your might!
Come on. I'm not betting on it. It should have been sooner. Yeah, no. I gotta be stubborn. I gotta be me, okay? I'm getting this circlet dragon forged. This was so much better when I had multiple pieces of gear equipped all at once that wanted to be dragon forged. Now I only get one roll. That said, how long is it taking me to do a run? Is it even taking me 2 minutes per run with loading screens?
There, movement in the woods.
I'll check the VOD later to see how long it's actually taking per run. Because this seems kind of a joke, and I haven't even gotten any DLC gear yet. Okay, come down.
Some beasts still remain.
Another nothing.
This looks interesting.
Yeah. I don't have any pigeon's blood at this stage of the game, otherwise I would have got circled up to 3 stars. But even then, 3 stars are not guaranteed.
There, movement in the woods. Beasts. Monsters, else.
Drake! Magic sells well.
There! The heart lies exposed!
Scale upon it! Quickly! The heart is unprotected! Raise them where they stand! Readies its breath!
Some beasts still remain.
Strike magic serves well.
And another nothing.
What would you expect? With my help. What's that?
Okay then. Why won't this dragon just set my head on fire? I'm already a redhead. It would blend in perfectly. Come on. Give it to me!
There. Movement in the woods. Beasts or monsters else. I'll take that. Drake! Strike tonight! I'll scale it and strike from above! There! The heart lies is thrown! Quickly! The heart is unprotected! The heart is destroyed! An open attack! Strike shall be mine.
Vow it will not happen again.
I'll scale it and strike from above! I cannot take... Help me!
Thankfully, the Abyssal Anguish was still in effect there, so... Proc, damn you. Nothing. Abyssal Anguish thankfully doesn't get dispelled. You don't lose your, does it apply to base buffs, or... It shouldn't apply... Words. It shouldn't remove any of your buffs, whether that is a trance, an affinity, or a boon, when you get silenced. It especially doesn't remove Anguish, which is very good because if you need the additional stagger, you want to keep your Anguish.
There. Movement in the woods. Beasts. Monsters else. There, Master! Drakes!
Magic serves well. There! The heart lies at stone!
Quickly! The heart is unprotected! Rain steel upon it! That's an open attack!
Another nothing.
Heart is destroyed!
I want my Circlet Dragon forged. I'm going to get it.
There. Movement in the woods. Beasts.
Guess who's back?
What's this? This looks interesting. There, Master! Drakes! Heart lies exposed! The heart arisen! Attack the heart! The heart is destroyed!
There we go. I got the circlet this time. Okay.
The horn is destroyed!
Three. Where's the rest of the loot? Okay, yeah, I guess we're good. Let's pop back over to Grand Soren. I want to do a compare-contrast on some gear. Figure out whether or not I should stick with this shield, or... I'm going into disguise anyway, might as well stick with this shield. But I want to just look at the numbers for myself. Make sure for certain. I didn't have a real breakfast today. I had 90% of a protein bar. I still have I have 2 bites left. Run any more?
It's all well. Have your pick. What will it be? What will it be? Have your pick. Come again?
Remember to save enough for lodging.
Just a moment. Okay, now I can at least pretend I had breakfast.
Have your pick. What will it be today?
What is it? A 26 point difference versus 26 more physical defense versus 35 more magical. So in terms of total stats, Thunderkite is better, but I'm not using the shield that much for magical defenses. I have a Holy Wall. Have I used Holy Wall at all since I equipped it? I don't think I have. Maybe you'll have to try that out, so I'm not wasting a slot. Yeah, okay. Yeah, well, I'm not using the shield for magical damage as much as I am for physical, so I'm going to just stick with the one that's better on raw. As for the helmet, though, I don't like the way... It's too top-heavy for a helmet, for my tastes. It's like when people talk about grabbing Arthas's, the spires on his crown as the Lich King. It's like, it's too top-heavy. It's better if you could just keep the visor down, but when it pops back up, I would rather it went like the Griffic set, where it just stays in one piece down the entire time. But Chimeric, it's better for practical purposes that it has the mobile face covering, but aesthetically, I don't like it. Especially when you have to have it up when you're in town or in a good number of cutscenes. Versus this. Yeah, I get to show my hair, it's more comfortable.
What will it be today? Have you come again?
Yeah, I'll hold on to it just to show it to you once while I'm in the field. Umbaroth can carry the disguise for the moment. Is there anything I'm forgetting? Yeah. Let's go do Duchess in Distress. So we're gonna put on our Sunday best. There we go. closest to that would be Hill Figure. Yeah, okay. So you saw what the chimeric looks like when we are in a non-hostile area. Let me just pop it on here. See, I prefer this look. Even though for this body type, I would probably want to go more top-heavy, maybe just broader shoulders. Just, the armor doesn't feel quite right on the design I use for Amathara. It'll feel better once I get to something like, maybe I'll even show you my alts, since they should be synced up online. Let's go like this for the moment, and then we'll go back to the circlet later. We have the correct quest selected. Oh yeah, I got some more bounty board quests since last time too. Let me see here. Next still Bitterblack. That quest I'm probably going to do today, right before Deny Salvation. Deny Salvation is when your beloved gets locked in. So you want to do this before. Yeah, I'm doing right now at this playthrough. You want to do that before Deny Salvation. Burden of Proof, 10 Geosaurians. Those aren't available until either the post-game or... Are there any of them before the post-game? I'm trying to think en route to Grigori. Maybe a couple. I don't think enough to finish the quest, though. You're better off doing it post-game. Suppression, gargoyles. You're not going to find 3 gargoyles before post-game. 2 metal golems. I don't want to! I just grabbed the quest. I goddamn hate metal golems when I'm doing a magic-based class. Like, one of my alts is going to be an assassin. It's going to be a piece of fucking cake. The other alt is going to be a magic archer. I'm going to suffer! Whatever. The point is that while I was offline getting those drakes farmed, I also did a bunch of counterfeitings, so I don't have to worry about most of my items going into the next cycle.
You can see for leagues.
Come on, Harpy ladies, come get me.
What's inside? There, Master Snow Harpies!
Have I mentioned I love Abyssal Anguish yet? It's just... Its range, its knockback, it's all around useful. I'm so glad I can get it as an MK. You got it? Good.
No way we could have lost to that.
I need to make sure I change my skills back as well, because I had a bit of an excess on Frost while I was farming the Drakes. Yeah, okay.
It's dangerous to walk into his edge.
I need to uncover that last chunk of the map. Do I do that now or after Aelinor? Maybe I do that after Aelinor, because I don't know if I'm going to be able to get back up from that very narrow strip over the edge. Bandits should be spawning momentarily.
Armed bandits, Arisen.
Momentarily might have been a bit too generous. Excuse you?
Their lips exposed after a blast.
Where are the rest of you? They put a dent in my armor. The audacity. They shot little Billy. Now how am I going to throw him down the well and say he was perfectly healthy beforehand?
dangerous to walk the cliff's edge.
Ranged attacks serve well in wide open spaces. This is Harpy territory. Keep watch on the skies. The site of an attack. The victim's belongings have been scattered about. There, a tower in the distance. What says the map, Arisen?
This is another place where it's not relevant for the speedrun, but I do like having a port crystal at the northernmost tip of the map. Saves time on repeat playthroughs, just getting the Duchess in Distress done and dusted in a hurry. I gotta figure out what I'm doing for my port crystal placement, because on hard mode, which is gonna be my next playthrough, hard mode I'm going to get the next 5 port crystals, and then I can get the map fully set up for a speedrun. Kind of makes me question how the speedrunning category for this game would be done if you're specifically in speedrun mode, because it doesn't require a vanilla save, and honestly, I'm not even sure if it would be for the best if you did it on a vanilla save, what with all the functionality bonuses you get from importing.
It's weak to fire! It's effective to knock them back. That item is mine. Fine scrap.
Strength in numbers, Arisen.
Was that all of them?
There, Master! Dire wolves! Tracks, Master. Monsters
I
most
shall
like.
restore your
Alright.
Hold on.
Bring me the hounds.
Let's wait and
I'll
see what
outfox them.
It was a fine scrap, if I may say so myself.
You may also notice some changes to Umperoth's dialogue, or just her noises, because I did use the poem chair extensively, or knowledge chair, to modify her speech patterns. I don't think you would want to see the knowledge chair, though, because it's a system that I wish they brought back in the second game for more customization, but also at the same point, in the first game, it's kind of ass. Like, you just have to randomly get the thing you want to modify, and you also have to randomly get the correct set of modifiers. Like, there's 7 options for flavor when you get to specific text options. You only get 4, and one of them is always ordinary. You get a set of, let me think, confident, meek, arrogant, or you get timid, aggressive, reticent. And you always get ordinary, and you always get as you are. So even though you get given 5 options, there's 7. You're never going to get all of them. And the game doesn't tell you what each one does, by the way. You have to make sure you pull up the wiki for that stage. Some things I miss, some things I don't. You know?
Be doubly sure of which will see us to our destination.
I don't know if I want to fight... You know what? It's going to spit me out right next to the Chimera at the end of the mission. Let's just see if I remember by then. Okay. Umberoth. No, I didn't want you to equip that. Sorry, you need to get redressed now. By the way, if you were curious, yeah, that... yeah. Where was I? Right. Give me that. Give me that. I wanted this Dragon Forge because the carry weight bothers me. It starts at 12 pounds, and I think once you get it gold rarefied, you can get it down to like 7. But even just Dragon Forging is taking 3 pounds off. Yeah, you can take that again. I look like I could blend in, aside from the fact I'm about 6.5 feet tall. Actually, no, what am I, 189 centimeters? That's over 6 foot, yeah. I'll hold on to the rest of my armor. I don't know if I'm going to need the staff, but I like having it with me because I can. Umberoth, did you forget to equip your corset? Don't leave any armor slots on the table.
Yes.
There we go. My disguise is flawless. I just have to make sure my posse hangs back. The one disguise in the game that actually works. And only for a single quest.
There's a structure ahead. We've arrived.
Oh, I fear we'd be more burden than boon to you inside.
Then hang back. They got the message. What's up?
I'll do all I can for His Grace in this fine land.
Right on.
What? Do you need something?
Yes, I require access to your Duchess. I was told the princess is in this castle specifically.
What's this? A new recruit, is it?
Yes, you have no vetting process. Perfect.
My shift only started a moment ago, but as you're here, I'll not speak ill of good fortune.
There we go. First time entering the Duke's Manse on this damn save.
Hail, brother.
Hail.
Not to report?
No, it's not hailing, actually. It's sunny out. I know what you're saying, though. I get it. I'm being glib.
Hail, brother.
Hail.
Not to report?
Not a thing. I saw a strange ginger lady outside, but she was hanging with her 3 sidekicks. Not causing us any grief, you know? Ah, back over 1,000,000 gold where I should be. Perfect. Don't mind me ransacking the joint. And I'm already going the wrong way. This is beautiful. I am paying none of the attention I need to. Hail.
Hail, brother.
Hail.
Naught to report?
Sleet. I don't even know if exploring like this is going to benefit me, because Umbroth isn't getting the knowledge of the area. But I'm uncovering my map, and that makes me happier. Wait, am I missing a corner right at the northeast? Hang on. I'm not attacking, I'm not drawing any excessive attention to myself. Just go about your business. Everything's fine. Yeah. Why would... That's the way I came from. Obviously there's guards outside. Obviously. Jesus. Now, are you ready for some hot, steamy action? Oh, hello, that notification didn't go off, I'm sorry. X3, Nikki, X3. I know the game pretty well. I'd say between the different versions I've played, I've put in probably ballpark 800-900 hours. I know a little bit. Yeah. Time for some steamy hot NTR, although the Duke isn't actually here.
You've truly come for me.
Oh, you're fighting the dragon. Okay, are you fighting the Drake, or are you specifically fighting the dragon?
All this time.
My lady, you need a step stool in order to make this romance happen. Oh, final battle? I'd say you can do the final battle. You can do it at 40. It's comfortable at 50. Oh yeah, because that's not just a regular Chimera. That's a Gore Chimera, I think. Yeah, for the Gore Chimera, I would say make sure you bring some Holy Enchanting. For Grigori himself, make sure you bring Frost. That's one of the good things, though. If you're worried you did the game in the wrong order, it's open wide enough that you can still get by. Like, I did one of the free quests. Holy and Frost. Okay, yeah, let's see. I'm going to show you a quest that should be idiot-proof. I deliberately failed it. You can do a lot wrong and still get by. Should be near the bottom of the list. Lost Faith. This quest is free. You just have to find a dude's Bible and bring it back to him in the church. I deliberately didn't do it because I wanted to make sure I got the Bible imported for the Black Cat, so I could duplicate it. I probably could have asked somebody online to rent my pawn and just have them send it to me that way to keep it for my archive, but no, I wanted to get everything myself, personally. This way I have a backup of all the key items in case anything breaks or in case I do anything out of order. One other quest that is very easy to break. Let me see if I can pull that up here. The Conspirators is the name of it. The Conspirators. This quest can very easily break on you if you get the timing wrong, because you have to get it from Fidel at the Duke's Castle. And you specifically have to get this quest during the first wave of Aldous quests. Otherwise, you can't access the parcels. If you can't get the parcels, you're missing out on notice board quests, because those items only spawn in that singular instance. Timing is very strict. That said, though, once you figure out the item cloning, you are able to get around a lot of this. You can just ask for something online. As long as you're not asking for an Arisen bond, then most people will try to help you out. Well, if you're asking for items, an Arisen bond is the high end. If you're asking for gear, people may cause a bit of a ruckus. I've seen people asking for gear you just can't give, and getting very indignant about it. Like, you can't send somebody pawn gifts in the form of Bitterblack gear. Anything that's above post-game. I'm trying to think what the best gear you could actually send somebody as a gift is. I guess if you're going for a warrior or a fighter, it would be Malorian Plate. You cannot send anybody Magic Archer Bow or Mystic Knight Magic Shield. So no mace or nothing like that. Because it has to be equipped to a pawn. You can't send people certain items. That said, though, the restrictions on what you can't send are very minimal compared to what you can. So if you're worried about doing things in the wrong order, honestly, just ask someone to rent your pawn and send you an item you might be missing. It's very... what's the word I'm looking for here? Not flexible, but it's very... It's MacGyverable. You can jerry-rig it. You can do most things you want. Anyway, where was I? Right. I need to loot your dungeon before I take you out of here, milady. I think there is a possibility of getting the Love in the Rough spawn here. Oh, another lantern. Perfect. I already have like 8. Love in the Rough is what you give me as the quest reward when I finish this, right?
Has Mirabelle spoken of our plans? We plot escape to our homeland of Melwa.
Yeah, I get you not wanting to take things from others, want to do it yourself. That's why I did things the way I did in this playthrough.
It saddens me to leave you, Arisen, but circumstance permits.
But there's no shame in asking for help. I mean, this is it's single player, but it's very community driven for games.
Before we part, however,
even more so for the sequel, from what I've heard.
One last favor. See me to safety. A Malorian envoy awaits outside the manse, but I've not the wherewithal to escape this place unaided. Please, sir, help me.
You know, considering you're getting escorted out of here by Malorians, can I steal their gloves and or boots to finish a full armor set? Because I only have the helmet and the breastplate from Windbluff Tower. And I feel like there's a Love in the Rough somewhere around here I'm forgetting. Oh well. You're running with Thunder and Fire up to now. Are you running a full stack of 4 magical builds, or... Tell me about your party comp. What are you doing?
Has Mirabelle spoken of our plans? We plot escape to our homeland.
She tells you the same things when you're walking as she would when engaging the dialogue. I'm just gonna put on a buff now.
Before we part, however, I would
because the guards don't want us taking their princess. An MK, 2 warriors, and a mage. Okay. Thunder and Fire. Only 1 ranger. Well, 2 counting Mystic Knight. Okay. Yeah, that could work. Personally, I like having coverage for all the elements. Like, my Sork, she's outside the base right now. Lantern, that's what I was doing, right.
But I've not the wherewithal to escape this place unaided. Please, sir.
I try not to over-specialize into any individual element. The only reason I have... Excuse you? Don't make me carry you. These guards are pitiful for XP, by the way. Whether vocational or just raw. And that said, they're somehow better still than when you get to the later stage of the base game, and you're going to have to fight, like, capital guards. Those are just for vocation point grinding. And frankly, I don't even think they're worth vocation point grinding, because that cuts off your access to the noble quarter. Okay, where's the hullabaloo? Bring me more guards. I'll smack them down. Sup?
The main exit is far too perilous.
Do you mind? We're still in a fight. There we go. Running around as an assassin before that. Assassin's fun. Assassin is what I'm going to be running on one of my alts. I started that character already on hard mode. MK is probably my favorite class, yeah. The one thing I don't like about MK is that if you're building it for Magic Cannon the way I like, you don't actually get to play as an MK for a good chunk of the playthrough. My build as a Mystic Knight, I was running, let me think. 1 through 10, I was a fighter. Then 10 through 50, I was a ranger. Right now, I'm a Mystic Knight, but once I hit level 100, I have to change to either an assassin for 12 levels or a sorcerer for 88. And I'm planning on making a magic archer for one of my alts as well, but that's going to be a majority Sork playthrough. Not even like the 100 gap, but majority of the entire character. Assassin, though, whether you're in the base game or you're in the Dark Arisen re-release, Assassin, if you want to make that best, literally just play Assassin as soon as you can. I think, would you want to start as a fighter or a strider? I started as a fighter on mine. Start as a fighter, then straight as you get to level 10, go Assassin. After that point, you have maximum raw attack gains for the entire rest of that character. But honestly, this is a lot of min-maxing that you don't need to worry about for the characters with all the like class stat level ups, because most of the versions of the game are in Dark Arisen, and once you get Dark Arisen factored in, your gear matters more than your just base stats. So I like min-maxing. That's pretty much the reason I do it. I like it. You don't have to worry that much about it, though. Just play what classes you want to play, unlock the augments, and you'll usually work out just fine. I would say the only class I don't have fun playing as in DD1 is a warrior. And it sounds like they've largely fixed that in the sequel. So if I do decide to play a warrior, it's not going to be in this game. Warrior just feels kind of gutted compared to every other class because of the inability to equip multiple weapons. And even then, it's like, Sork and Mage also only get one equipment via Archer Staff and regular staff, respectively. But they can have 2 different ability sets for a total of 6 abilities at a time. Warrior only gets the 1 weapon, they have to go 2-handers, and they only get 1 set of skills. So 3 total, versus every other class getting 6. It just feels kind of jank. I'd much rather play as a warrior in the new game than try and make it work here, based on everything I've heard.
Oh, it seems that we found the way out in the nick of time.
Nick of time? Woman, I was stomping the guards. I say woman. What am I? Do I even have to keep wearing this disguise? They've already found me out. Warrior does look really cool, and if you hang around once I finish this quest, I'll go into Grand Sword and show you what I think is some of the best Warrior gear, at least in pre-Bitterblack, because I got a mod to restore the Berserk gear from the original PS3 and 360 releases. And the Swordsman set, you'll see. The Swordsman set is pretty much Golden Age Guts. It looks really great. And the best part of that Guts set is that the sword isn't actually specifically tied to the Swordsman set. So you don't need mods to use it. It's called, what is it, 1,000 Limbs? I think so, yeah. Maybe not statistically the best, but god damn is it a looker. Yeah, my memory's coming back to me on this sequence now, because I don't have to carry her right now, but I will. Yeah, Warrior looks really cool. It feels like in DD2, just what I've seen so far, even though I haven't played it, I've seen some videos, I've heard my friends talking about it. It sounds like you can really have that kind of Berserk power fantasy.
I'm sorry, I cannot possibly cross here. Might you carry me across?
Sure.
I'm sorry, I cannot possibly cross here. Might you...
I already carried you.
Cross?
Just follow. I'm probably not going to explore this area extensively since I don't have my pawn with me. And I'm more worried about my pawn having quest knowledge than, come here. I'm more worried about my pawn having quest knowledge and, map knowledge than I am specifically just covering the area. Or uncovering it, I shall say. At least they made her small, so she doesn't take up a ton of stamina carrying her around. Carry weight. I should be looting right now. I should just focus on getting her out of here. Come on.
Kill 'em all.
Stay behind me.
Stay away from me!
I forgot about the bridge falling there. That's fun. I'm gonna reload that, actually. I forgot you could break that bridge. That's why my pawns never have 3-star knowledge of this area. Because usually you just have to run through here, and then once the pawn sees the bridge getting broken by an attack, that's when they get their final star quest knowledge for the area. So I'm going to try and just leg it through here, hopefully deal with those bandits quickly. Oh, come on. Actually, no, not picking that up. Let's just pop an Abyssal Anguish.
Kill 'em all!
You keep up.
Help me! Stay away from me! Stop! No! Stay away.
How did you get ambushed? Are you good now? Come on. No, I meant to throw you. The way is clear. Keep up. Oh hell, I'll carry you anyway. You good now? Maybe you should wear this corset. Trying to remember things. This isn't a quest I exactly enjoy doing. It's just, it's part of the process. Come on. You can't make that jump, right?
Keep moving.
Shut up. The dude didn't even hire mercenaries to guard his damn manse. It's just bandits infiltrating the shit out of him. No wonder this kingdom is going to hell in a handbasket.
I am relieved to see you
Armed
again.
bandits, Arisen.
Finally, there you are.
I am joyed to see you safe, Master. Come, let us quit this place.
Lydia, take some of my goddamn burdens, won't you? Much better.
Path splits. I've learned this air. I've been drenched.
You tend to the Duchess. Wait for an opening.
I'm not much trust.
We'll move faster if we carry
I'm
her.
attachment to you.
I shall take on the strong.
Nice try. Excuse you?
Let's go them and finish the task.
Okay, where is it? Where's their Sork? Anybody got eyes? Anyone else?
Counter activate.
That's cute.
What else would you expect? With my help?
Did it!
Why did you follow me down into the water?
No way they could have lost
Whatever.
that.
Heal Eleanor, not me. She needs it.
I'll heal your wounds.
There must be a ramp I'm forgetting about, otherwise she wouldn't have come down here. Come on. We'll do more exploring once I've finished your quest.
Interesting.
Where's the ramp I'm thinking of? Or did she teleport? Yeah, she just teleported. Okay.
Hurry, Master.
Why hurry? The enemies are dealt with.
What's that?
We good now?
Careful!
You want me to be careful? Fine. I will intone the dark arts. Oh, Nikki, I'm sorry. I just saw your last chat, but it looks like you left. If you have the same question, though, if you're worried about the Devilfire Grove Drake taking your abilities away, that is specifically silence, you can build up resistances to it. Like, I'm using the Free Spoken Earring. Heightens resistance to silencing. That looks like a slightly rotated 6 with a light aura at the top of it. That is the silence debilitation. That's your resistance to it, so use that if you need it.
No, there are too many.
There really aren't.
Treasure. Sorcerer.
That is promising.
What else would you expect?
I'll take that.
Counter after they strike.
What's that?
Just bonk him for like an hour. Oh, you are still here. Just for some reason saying I have 0 viewers. Interesting. Just bonked him for like an hour. Only had to revive my pawn. Yeah. He can instantly kill your pawns, and he can spam it too. Okay. Yeah, your pawns can also build up some resistance to that, but it's not something I would rely on, so just make sure you're ready to have to chain revive your pawns. I did it earlier in the stream, if you want to check out the VOD later, but the Drake is trivial once you get to, like, level... Well, I was level 60, so it was completely irrelevant. But you can trivialize it in the 50s. Just make sure if you're doing the Drake, same thing with Grigori, they're basically fire dragons. Use Frost Enchants. Like, what am I using right now? I have Frost Trance from Mystic Knight. That gives me and all of my pawns the Frost Enchant. And for Umberoth, Frigor and Geisel. Would I use both of those? No. It's one of those is getting in the way, visually speaking. I'd probably go back to replacing that with Comestian, but I'm waiting to do that until after knowing this quest, so I can just change all my stuff for the build all at once. Yeah, level 30, you can do the Drake there. I think on this save, I wasn't built properly as a ranger, but I did it late, what was it, 37, 38? Oh yeah, if you can't get the Holy Enchant, I'm trying to think if there's a secondary element that would be better on that. I would say just avoid going for a Dark Enchant, if anything. You might be better off with Raw over the wrong enchant. Yeah. Most of the enemies, if they include Gore in the name once you can access that in the Codex, it'll show you... Where is it? Enemies here. Although it won't really show you the name until you've slain at least one of them. But if they have Gore in the name, rule of thumb is they're weak to Holy. So, failing that, just focus on the raw DPS. Here's the thing, though, with that Gore Chimera, actually. It's not mandatory to fight it. If you're using a lot of lighter characters, you can actually use the Gore Chimera to your advantage and have it activate the pressure panels to open the door. Personally, I would recommend fighting it because it's your one spawn of it before you get to post-game. But then, again, once you get to post-game, you can find it semi-regularly. So, pick your poison.
This bridge is well old. not bear many at once. The bridge creaks underfoot. Let us be quit of this place.
Okay, so you should have 1 or 2 stars of knowledge in the area right now. The Blighted Man, 1 star, okay. I'm gonna have to drag you around for a bit, see if I can get one of those bridges to collapse while you were in the area. Because thankfully, after this quest is done, the area is functionally abandoned. You know, I have a second free-spoken earring. Let me equip that to Umbroth. So my Sork is less likely to get silenced as well. Free-spoken... Each one of these is 60, right? 60%, yeah. Darkness, ice... neither of these are particularly relevant right now, so... I'll take off that. And I'll look for a different piece of jewelry when we get back, since you're not really worried about ice at the moment. And I'll explore the area once this quest is turned in. Yeah. Because I did not do extensive looting with Aelinor in tow. Okay, the Duke has been thoroughly cucked. We are sending his wife to a completely separate country.
Milady!
Also, none of these Malorians have plate armor. I was lied to. She didn't say they were Malorian warriors, but Malorian guards?
These good men are from Milor. They'll see us safely home.
Come, milady. Let us be off for home. I am well eager to be quit of this place. Let's be done with dragons and that awful Duke. That one deserves to be eaten up. I'll shed no tears when that beast leaves this land in ash.
Oh, well, at least I got a little something before it was only a curtsy.
Champion. I'll never forget you.
I will forget you in a hurry. I didn't give you the Arisen's bond. I'm giving that to Reynard.
All right, milady. Let's be off quickly now.
I swear it, my love. I'll never forget.
I might be your love, but you're not mine. What does this dude in purple think he's going to do? I didn't even need to unsheath my mace. I could just bump into you and you go down. Anyway, I don't know how they're going to survive because right around that corner is a chimera. Anyway. Yeah, I don't have a holy enchant with me, but let's take on the chimera anyway. I want to kill something. Where did they go? How did they escape? You kill the lion first before the goat. The goat can be slightly annoying with mage bullshit, but if you kill the goat before the lion gets a 30% defense buff. So it just takes longer otherwise. I'll cover that area of the map once we are done exploring the manse. I want to take my pawn in there, make sure she gets at least 2 stars, if not 3 stars. And since we're in exploring mode, yeah, I'll use the staff for the moment. Levitating, ease of maneuverability. Just slightly not tall enough.
There's a tangled knot
Hopefully nobody has any clean cloths or absorbent rags to waste it. Does it matter for the Chimera and Dragon if I'm using a mace or a sword? No. For the Chimera, honestly, it only matters if you're using a sword if you want to do slicing damage on the tail. And the snake isn't that high health anyway, so it's relevant. It's just not something practical to worry about. Otherwise, no, it doesn't matter if you're using a sword or a mace. A sword is slightly faster. I prefer maces, though, because it's nice having the blunt damage if you're dealing with undead like skeletons in the way. If you're breaking off parts for monsters, like, if you're breaking off... Hey, it's no problem. I'm just trying to share my knowledge. I put the hours in the game, I might as well use it. Yeah, it's like, if you're breaking off armored plates for a Cyclops, then you'd want to use mace. If you want to take off the tail of a Chimera or a Saurian, something like that, dismemberment, then you'd want to be using a sword.
Let's have a look.
I do not like looting in this place. My brightness setting should be high enough. Maybe I'll just let the lantern come back on of its own accord. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I'll break the bridges down on my way out. Ideally. Because one of the bridges you have to break in order to get full 3 stars of the regional knowledge. I can't remember which bridge, or if it has to be both. And another lantern. I guess in case you infiltrate the manse from the other direction, although you can't get into the tower from the bottom because of the progression for Aelinor unlocking the door. It's weird that they started with some of these idiot-proofing measures, but it doesn't seem like they were fully... The universe found better idiots, shall we say, i.e. me. Because I did a lot of experimenting back in the day. Should be nothing left up here.
Inside.
I'm not expecting there to still be any enemies, but just in case. Wait, which Greaves did you just grab? Hang on. Huh. Okay. Nope, missed that one by a country mile. Moral laced leggings. I don't really use those. But it's another piece for the collection. I still have to get the awardment for, no idea why, but one of my pawns just smashed that Chimera to pieces in seconds. Interesting. What level did you say you were? 50-something? Pawns at that level can start dealing out decent damage. Why did he do that last night? Because you were looking. Clearly he's gun-shy. 43. Yeah, 43 should be able to handle Gore Chimera for pawns. Yeah. If you got nobody on your team rocking the Holy Enchants for the Gore Chimera, probably just something with raw DPS like a, You said you had 2 warriors or something, so yeah, warrior should be good there. Yeah, you said earlier it was your MK as yourself, 2 warriors and a mage. 2 warriors, yeah, I could definitely see that working out that kind of damage. Just hammer bonked it, yeah. Probably the best thing if you're sending out a pawn as a warrior. It's not the same as if you're playing one yourself as the Arisen, but for your pawn, you would want to focus on stagger as... yeah, you should do a two-handed hammer build for your pawn warriors, and then focus them on stagger. Don't give them any of the arcs; those take too long to wind up. But as long as you're just focusing on them being basically a percussive support, then warrior pawns will do work. I'm missing a corner of that. It just needs double back. Yeah. Had both of them with swords for most of the game, mostly because it looks cool. You're not wrong with that. It does look cooler. I can't turn off that min-maxy part of my brain, though, so even when I'm trying to go for aesthetic, I still have some amount of calculation behind it. Let me see if I can make that jump. I don't think I can. Yeah, I cleared the jump, but invisible walls. Alrighty. If I could have a little bit higher stats right now, too, but the Griffin set looks so nice. I have the Griffin set fully Dragon Forged. I'm trying to think what would be a good replacement for the Griffic set. If you're already at the Dragon, Chimeric is available to you. I don't use the full set, but you can get... Let's see, the half plate here. These are the gloves. These are the legs. And my pawn is carrying my helmet right now. But yeah. And you can semi-reliably get... Oh, what does Dragon Forge mean? If you take down the Drake, or... You will get guaranteed Dragon Forging when you do Grigori, the Dragon. But other than that, things like the Drake... You have a chance, when you take them down, of any one piece of equipment getting this red symbol here, where it shows the level. Like, ordinarily that would be either empty or it would be stars. But once you have Dragon Forging, this is like a tier above 3 stars. And you don't need to be 3 stars to unlock the next tier. But it does statistically help you because of the unlock odds. Dragon Forging only applies to the Arisen when you're using it, but if you equip the items, you can then... Only the Arisen gets things Dragon Forged, but you can equip Dragon Forged things onto your pawn. Like, I think only the staff and my chest armor aren't Dragon Forged on my pawns, because I could equip everything else. So yeah, I can Dragon Forge the cloak. You can Dragon Forge everything except jewelry. And when you get to Dark Arisen, Dragon Forging, you can go above even that. But you do have to reach Dragon Forging by fighting dragons. So... There's the base level, there's 1 star, 2 star, 3 star, Dragon Forging, and then later on, if you get to Bitterblack Isle, it requires a separate list of mats, but it lets you go to Silver and Gold Rarefying. Gold Rarefying is the highest tier you can upgrade your armor, or anything else for your equipment. Dragon Forge is unfortunately not a guarantee, it's a statistical chance. I think, what is it? If my math is right, you have 10% chance if you have 3 stars upgraded. And it's statistically... How best to phrase this? If you're trying to farm anything other than 3 stars, you're in for a bad time. Like, earlier this stream, I was farming for Dragon Forge on... No, go to equipment, yeah. This shield was 1 star. And I got Dragon Forged surprisingly early, but I think this was like a 2, maybe a 3% chance. If my math is right, it should be 1% for 0 stars, 3% for 1 star, 5% for 2 stars, and 10% for 3 stars. And it's not like you can only get one thing Dragon Forged at a time. When I started, I was using a lot of 3-star items, so I was trying to get at least 2 Dragon Forges per spawn. So you equip more things with more stars, you get more chances. It's like in Pokemon with the Shiny Charm. It doesn't decrease the... it doesn't increase the chances, it gives you more chances. So it's still functionally 1 over 4096, but you get multiple 1 over 496s in a row. So it feels more like 2 or 4 or 8 over, etc. That said, though, when you fight the dragon himself, you get everything you're equipped with Dragon Forged. So if you're having trouble getting materials for anything you want to get Dragon Forged, save it for the final fight. You should be able to handle it. You said you're 43. If you're over 40, closing on 50, I think you'll be fine on that fight. Oh, another plucked heart. Goody. I could just use the ladder, but I have a staff, so none of that peasant climbing shit. Where was I? Mind the gap. Watch the tram car, please. Oof. Tell me you're a Jersey boy without telling me you're a Jersey boy. Boardwalk references. Borderwalk. That's more of Arizona's territory.
I'll take that. This looks interesting. I do dearly miss the sun.
We were outside 20 minutes ago. And nothing else here. Okay, keep doubling back.
What's that? What's
If
this?
you lose your way, you need but consult your map.
I don't know what kind of roughhousing I'm going to need to do to break this bridge, but, no time like the present. Actually, no way. I want to examine what's on the other side of the bridge, and then I'll break it. Okay. I want to make sure my pawn gets all that knowledge.
Not the stoutest bridge I've seen.
I've learned of this area.
I hardly like the thought of falling into sewage.
Let's have a look.
There's something you can combine with Love in the Rough. I'm trying to remember the combination, where it basically lets you make more Arisen's bonds. Honestly, though, if you're at the stage where you can start copying Love in the Rough, you're better off just paying to get your Arisen's bond counterfeited. Is there anything else I might be missing here? I'll climb down there when I break the bridge.
What's that?
Trying to hit this flying rodent with a cudgel. Which of us is the real Batman now?
This looks interesting.
There's a tank
Surely
of
the
not a
Duke can
path
afford a
inside.
wider bridge.
I've learned of this area.
Wait, do you already have 3 stars then? Hang on. The Blighted Man, she's got 3 stars. Perfect. I don't have to worry about breaking the bridge. I will go right up to... Yeah, this is all one zone. It's all been covered, or uncovered as it is. I should be able to walk out the front door now that, yeah, all the guards are gone and nothing but phantasms now. Okay.
If it takes hold of a pawn, it is dead.
Let go!
I've learned a new way.
Aw, little Billy's still learning. I'm glad I can assist in your education.
I've learned new techniques.
I'm wishing I remembered to change my holy enchant now, but this is still functioning.
Give a call if you're possessed.
Tis nemesis to all pawns.
Phantasms aren't too much of a threat unless you're worried about your pawns going down. Because pawn possessed by a phantasm, if its health is depleted, it despawns, so there's no reviving it. Abyssal Anguish should do the job, combined with an enchant, even if it's not holy.
Stay close.
Must end this quickly.
I stand corrected. Is it, though? Is it really?
I've learned a new way to fight their ilk.
I definitely need to get my holy enchant back once I'm done here. I would not. It was kind of a shit show, honestly.
Beyond our means, there is no shame.
I'm gonna go uncover that last chunk of the map near that bridge, and then I'm gonna walk out the front door. Because I can. Or should be able to. There goes the lantern. Okay.
This looks interesting. Let's have a look.
Alrighty, that's as much of the map uncovered as I can reach. It annoys me that I'm not getting that right now, but that's proximity based, and I can't actually get to the area above the cursor right here due to invisible walls. My pawn has 3 stars knowledge of the map. I've got everything uncovered. I grabbed all the loot. I'm going to call that a victorious exploration. But I would like to destroy this bridge. Not for any practical reason, I just want to. Let's see if I can. Do I need enemies to do this? The bonus here is that I don't need to destroy the bridge for that last star of map exploration, so my main consideration for it is now gone. Yeah, I think this bridge only goes down if there's enemies, even if you do hit it. Which is unfortunate. So it's not really destructible so much as it is a very selective script. I mean, I hit it with an Abyssal Anguish downward strike enough times. I feel like if it's going down, it would already be down. Anyway, let's blow this popsicle stand. We already got the one girl hanging out here, even though our team currently includes 3. Gotta have some kind of fun, right? I'm actually thinking maybe I'll change over all of my characters to men once I get to Bitterblack Isle, because I go female for several reasons, one of which is the ogre fights in the base game. They're harder if you have a bunch of female characters, because that means they can all potentially proc the ogres in rage. But in Dark Arisen, you don't fight regular ogres as often, you fight elder ogres, and elder ogres are excited by men, not women. So we might be fighting D-Pity. Or Diddy, if you prefer. I'm not planning on fighting an Elder Ogre right away. Those will fuck me up, based on my current stats. It doesn't seem like that because of the way I was farming that Drake earlier, but, yeah, I'm not ready for an Elder Ogre yet. Let's walk out the front door. And it worked. Perfect. And I guess none of you care.
There's not here what concerns you.
I just walked out the front door. Why are you...
Go on. Get moving.
Whatever. Let's change the quest over, see where Reynard is, so I can do... I need to get his stuff from storage first, but... I didn't even look up where it is. Right now, he is still in Devilfire Grove. I don't want to do another Drake fight, though. Maybe I'll spend some time in Grand Sora and see if I can get him to move. If you go to the Great Wall encampment, that would be perfect. I could do Deny Salvation immediately after turning in his quest and giving him the Arisen's Bond. Yeah, no, let's go to Grand Soren. Chill out, maxing, relaxing, all cool. Beaming down from the Starship Enterprise right outside that castle of that fool, Duke. Anyway, I gotta clear out some inventory space. I don't need this disguise anymore.
What meaning do you suppose those stones hold?
This is a place quite restful to my kind. Now, where shall we head?
I just realized my HP is currently the year one of my exes was born.
We're like to have dealings with the armorer here for some time to come.
Have your pick.
Well, I guess if there was ever going to be an ill omen, that might be it. Something could still fuck me up quite royally. Okay.
What will it be today?
Nikki, if you're still here, here's one thing you should try to get off the Drake, assuming you go back to fight it again. It's called a Drake's Tear. Individually, the item is not terribly useful, but once you get the post-game, you'll be fighting worms and wyverns as well. Each of them has a chance of dropping a tear, and if you get all three of them, you can also have them held by your pawn as well, just as long as they're all in your collective inventory for the party. This will give you bonus drops. So if you can fight dragons, you definitely want to farm their tears. You only need one of each, though. I only have 7 because I kept farming the Drake for more dragon forging.
What will it be today?
Is there anything else I need to get rid of? I have my staff. I didn't do any of the equipment deposits, right? Okay.
What will it be?
Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need. I need to check if I have any better jewelry for Umbaroth to fill that ice slot.
What will it be today?
Maybe I should put baleful nails on her too. I'll just get organized first, and then I'll look into changing equipment. Also, if you're using a Griffic set, oh, here we are. Okay, you farm tears off drakes. They're just a standard drop when you kill them. So, I would say they're probably like a 1 or 2% chance. I think 2%. The game hates you. The game hates everybody at first, but you'll learn to like it. One of your pawns just decided to kill himself at the start of the dragon fight. They might be slightly, how to phrase this, gravitationally challenged, if you will. So, yeah, there's some bottomless falls around that dragon. But yeah, if you're at a point where you think you can kill the Drake, then you definitely want to get these tears. Then again, the worm and the wyvern don't start spawning until post-game, so you don't need to prioritize it that highly. But if you're going to farm the Devilfire Gorge Drake anyway, it's better to farm him before the post-game. Not by falling? How? We're about to have some pawn anecdotes here. I can tell. Did he stay behind in the tunnel? Oh, I know that part, yeah. Nah, I don't want to walk. I'm just gonna tank these boulders crushing me, like Game of Thrones Season 8. Yeah. Well, hopefully he got the plate off that dragon. Anyway, what was I going to say, right? If you're worried about your pawns going down to anything, you're using a mage, I think. Or do you recruit warriors, or is one of yours a warrior? If you're using a mage in your party anyway, I recommend equipping them with Legion's Might. I don't know how one of yours is a warrior. Okay. If you're using a mage, then I would definitely recommend using the Legion's Might staff. I spent so damn long trying to get this thing Dragon Forged, it was 1 star. This will bring back your pawn from damn near any death. The only things it doesn't resurrect them from are Bottomless Falls, Petrification, and the Brine. Anything other than that kills them, they come back. So once I'm done leveling Umbroth as a sorcerer, I'm definitely equipping her with this. It is too damn good. Yes, it's lacking in DPS, but you know what else hurts your DPS? Being dead. So if you run a mage pawn, run Legion's Might. It saves you the problem. It saves any Arisen that rents your pawn the problem. It's just so damn good. The only hard part is getting it fully gold rarefied, and before that, Dragon Forged. What was I saying before? Right, I was going through items to see if I had any duplicates. I'm actually not going to get rid of any duplicates right now, because I have those alts I need to check on later. I may be able to equip them with some of the duplicates instead of, It's not worth checking right now. But later, yes. I need to change over my, frost skills so they're back to holy before I forget. Why am I in learn? No, I don't need to learn, I need to set. Okay. Change that back to Blessed Trance. And you are going to get rid of Frigger in order to use Comestian. Yeah, Geisel is fine. I guess it's Frigger that was causing me the problems. Just taking up too much of the screen space.
What will it be today?
Can I learn anything useful right now, though? I think I've already got all my augments and my core skills. Nothing else I need at the moment, but I wouldn't say no to some things, like Stone Grove. How much is the final tier for this one? I think it's like 9 or 10k for the final. Maybe I'll focus on my shield first. It would be nice to go for a full counter build. Holy Aid. Holy Aid's not really useful. If you're blocking anyway, you shouldn't be worrying about regaining health. Yeah, I'm just going to get the rest of the enchanters while I'm thinking about it. And if I want to max all the enchanters out, that would be 12k. I only have 10. I'll get the Abyssal Riposte, the Blessed Riposte. Sure, I'll get all the Ripostes. Why not? I'm going to max out the Mystic Knight anyway. It's my main class. Yeah, that should be fine for the moment. Don't need to change any of those. I'm going to get Love in the Rough started on counterfeiting right now, because it's an item I never remember to duplicate. Yeah, okay.
This shop will see to your
I wish I could say that never happened to me with your pawn before, the refusing to move when the dragon starts charging. It's happened to me. I think I was running with... I think it was actually... I was using a warrior at the time, too. And it started charging an arc slash instead of just running. I don't know if that's a warrior exclusive problem, but I think that's what happened to me, too.
I'm sure. Yeah. I'm sure you'll find. Why not?
Did I pass it? No, those are Firefly. I need... not Electrum. I need Love in the Rough. Don't we all, though? I must have gone past it. There it is.
I'll not beat round the bush.
82k. I wonder what the combination is to make another Arisen spawn with that thing, because depending, I think... Excuse me, hold on a moment. No, my sinuses cucked me. I thought I was going to sneeze. Damn it. Okay.
Anytime.
I'll have to see what the combination is for Love in the Rough to make another Arisen spawn, because it might actually be more efficient to just clone the two components than it is to straight up counterfeit the Arisen spawn itself.
Have your pick. What will it be today? What will it be today?
I'll withdraw this stuff now, so I'm ready for wherever Reynard spawns. That way I can chase him down.
What will it be today?
Counterfeiting all the quest items to make sure I never have to go hunting anything down ever again. It's not really that... It's not as beneficial as you might think. I like doing it because in case anything breaks or in case anybody needs help with anything, I just have it good to go.
Have your pick. Any you like.
Did I change Umbroth's skill back?
What will it be today?
Yeah, I changed it back now, so... No more double ice. And I changed mine back.
What will it be? Have your pick. What will it... Understood.
Let's see where Reynard spawns
Here we
now.
go. Rest.
Is he still at Devilfire? He's still at Devilfire. Okay.
Manage inventory and skills.
I don't know how long he's been there, so I don't know how long it's going to take for him to migrate. But yeah, I'm so glad I did all this dragon foraging. It's a pain in the ass when you're first starting up. It gets better if you can start doing farming for certain types of dragons in Bitterblack Isle. But the amount of weight you're saving is so great. It's making your character short. How short would it be to... I don't usually make my character short unless I'm specifically going for a Strider, maybe Strider, Ranger, Magic Archer, and maybe Assassin. It's unfortunate that the game has such a... it takes you a minute to climb up to his chest. Jesus. Yeah, I would say the game, based on its current design model, is very heavily favoring taller pawns. And there are disadvantages to it, but the advantages are that you can overcome... Oh, it takes so long to climb, you're running out of your Frost enchant. Is it a boon or an affinity? I'm not sure if you could upgrade that further. What was I saying before? Right. The problems with making your character too big are mostly relying on stamina drain. And that's something you can overcome with an item. The only negative you can't get past the enchant with shield. Okay, so you're running... Yeah, honestly, the trance, unless you're able to get that to... even for me, I'm running it with a fully upgraded trance. I feel like that only lasts for maybe 30 seconds. Would it be better off just going raw instead of trying to time that? That's tough. I hate to say it, but you might just have to raw dog at no stamina or no elemental buffs. Because you're not going to get much longer with the shield if your character is short. What was I saying before? Right. The problem with making your characters tall versus short in this game, there's benefits to both, and there's downsides to both. But the thing is, with making your character too tall, most of the problems you can overcome with items, like Liquid Vim, or just other means of regenerating your own stamina. If you're too short, then you're going to have range issues, like you're experiencing right now with not being able to reach certain targets. and it impacts your ability to climb, it impacts your ability to do wider AoEs. Being short is detrimental in a way that can't be countered by any of the cons in making your character too big. Like, if your character is sub 140 centimeters tall, you can access goblin holes. So there is one advantage that being overly short has, that there isn't parity with being too tall or too fat. But it's not worth it. There's only one area that has goblin holes that can be explored. Once you've got 3 stars at the Shadow Fort, you never have to be that short ever again. So, I only usually go for a short character if I'm running, like I said, a character that I really want high stamina regen on. And if I'm doing that, then I want a pawn that is going to be my bag bitch, something that carries a lot, because I clearly can't at that stage. The carry capacity, the stamina regen rates, the range and all. I think the first game, it has a tremendous benefit towards being bigger and not enough drawbacks to counter the opposite end of the spectrum. That's why I generally make my characters, well, for 5 out of the 9 classes minimum. That's why I generally go for average to tall, and I only touch small for a maximum of 4 of the classes. There are arguments to be made for Mage and Sorc as well, but I would say Strider, Ranger, Magic Archer, and Assassin, those are where the arguments would lay most reasonably. I would never go short for a Fighter, a Warrior, or a Mystic Knight. Unless you're leveling a character for another one of those aforementioned classes. You matched your IRL height. Oh, that hurts. I'm surprised that for matching IRL heights, though, DD2 is so restrictive. I think the shortest you can make yourself in Dragon's Dogma 2 is the equivalent of 5'3". I guess they don't want you making any child-sized characters or anything that's like goblin levels of short. Started as a Strider, went Assassin, then went to MK. Well, the good news is you should have a decent amount of stamina and raw attack from that kind of a chain for classes. You're 4'9". Well, the good news is 4'9" is also my birthday. In terms of height, however, maybe it gets you a discount on a step stool.
So, what do you say? I'm sure you'll find out you. I'm sure you'll find out you. Why not?
Let me reforge my golden idol while I'm here. 5 little step stools. Oh, that is unfortunate.
I'll not beat round.
Kind of adorable, though, if I'm being honest.
This time tomorrow. I'm sure anytime.
I'm trying to think. I did make an archer on one of my alts, or no, I started as a mage, and I'm going to turn into a magic archer. I think that character was something like 145 centimeters tall. I could theoretically go shorter, because, again, that is still technically too tall to get into a goblin hole. I'm trying to think if I actually... Like, if I'm going to a goblin hole for exploration, I'm just going to use the Secret of Metamorphosis, and then I'll go back and forth. So, I don't normally play a character... Like, even that archer, or going to be a magic archer, that feels overly short for me. Maybe I'll show later in the stream how it compares. Just the perspective of seeing how the game looks. Because I'm used to playing characters that are about 170, 180 centimeters tall. Oh, if he flies up on the tower during that stage of the fight, you're going to have to use the ballistae. They should be at the, I think, easternmost and westernmost points of the Colosseum, up on some raised cliffs.
What will it be today? What will it be to have your pick? What will it be? Understood.
Okay, where is Reynard now? Is he still in Devilfire? He's still in Devilfire.
This inn can serve as the hub of our journeys.
So, I'm sure here we are. A perfect.
Okay, I got another gold idol. What else do I need to forge right now? I could use more of the ales. Better than having to go back to the Witchwood or Cassardus in order to bring Celine one of each herb a day.
I'm sure anytime.
The secret ingredient to just pushing Grigori's shit back in is to show him absolutely zero respect. I don't even call him Grigori if I can help it. If I'm fighting him, I just call him Greg. Just don't think about Sir Gregor the Mountain in that circumstance.
Have your pick. What will it be?
Do I have any other excess gear? I just need to put that gold idol back onto Umbaroth. I already have Suasion equipped to her. Should be okay, yeah.
Understood.
He's still a Devilfire.
Here we can
Okay.
rest, manage inventory and skills, and so on.
Let me just give you your idol back now. Excuse me. There we go, back to light in spite of the heavy plate.
This place holds its share of
My ults I was planning for, especially that archer, if I show you later, I had to do some very numerically... what's the polite word? Unintuitive things to get that build how I wanted it. Let me actually pull up that text file. I'm not sure if you'll be able to see it, but I can read it off to you, the relevant parts. When I get to my magic archer later, I'm going to show you, well, I'll show you the archer itself, but it's just the stats. Here's what I have to do for leveling to min-max that archer. Level 1 through 44 as a mage. Level 45 to 52 as a strider. Level 53 to 60 as a ranger. Then level 61 to 200 as a sorcerer. If my math works out the way it should here, I'm not going to get to play magic archer until I'm max level on my magic archer build. This is why I like this Mystic Knight build. There are more min-maxed Mystic Knight builds than what I'm currently running here, but I do get to play Mystic Knight for 50 levels. When I go to my Assassin character, that's going to be fun, because I just get to go Assassin immediately at level 10. Just maximize the raw attack. Nothing else matters. I mean, yes, you can add some level as Ranger or what else have you to improve your stamina, proportionally speaking. I want to play the class that I want to play as. Is that overly reductive? I'm not even sure if that was a grammatically coherent sentence, but it's what I'm thinking.
So, I'm sure you'll find. Here we are. A perfect. I'm sure. Why not?
I passed the ales, didn't I?
I'll not be right. I'm sure any.
Eventually, Reynard is going to move. Although I feel like at this stage he's been at the Devilfire Grove for over 10 days. Maybe I'm forgetting where he's patrolling to in his next one?
Have your pick. Any you like. What will it? Understood.
He's still at Devilfire Grove. I'm just gonna have to leg it over to him at some stage, aren't I? I would prefer not to. But he's not moving.
So, I'm sure you'll find... Here we are. A perfect... I'm sure... Why not?
No, I went past the L's. I'm not paying enough attention. There we go.
I'll not beat round. I'm sure you'll... Any...
How's a day fine?
Oh, we were talking about the dragon you're fighting right now. Nikki, who was your beloved, out of curiosity?
I'd be put. Have your pick. What will it be? What will it be? Have your pick. What will it... Understand?
Well, I guess you'll find out after the dragon, kind of missed the whole beloved thing. It's a system that's not intuitively explained. It's not intuitive, period. Because I've known a lot of people who they just accidentally end up with Fornival because of his trial, getting him off, or phrasing, getting him proven innocent. He's very grateful. But it doesn't mean I want him, I don't want him on the chopping block when the dragon's offering me an entire duchy.
What do you say of my selection?
Oh, your Fornival is in jail? Damn near anybody you can have as a beloved. I'm trying to think.
Sure you'll find all you need. Here we are. I'm sure you'll find all you need. Or then, why not?
I'm trying to remember the restrictions on Beloved, because there's very few NPCs that you can't. Oh, you only got fucked over by the Duchess. Yeah, she deserves what was coming to her.
I'll not beat round the bush.
Her happy ending is just getting out of the country without her husband choking the shit out of her. So,
I'm sure you'll find
happy ending for some, unhappy for others.
anytime.
I'm trying to think on the restrictions for Beloved. I think... Is Montebank the only one? The Montebank, the Duke, and I think Patrolling Guards. I think those are the only ones you can't get as a... Hang on. Montebank, the Duke, Patrolling Guards, and the Dragon Forged. I think those are the only ones you can't get as your Beloved. And I might be wrong on the Dragon Forged. Montebank due to positioning on several quests. The Duke because, well, you'll get there during the plot. You'll find out why. And Patrolling Guards because, well, they're assigned to a selected area that the game doesn't exactly play well with when you try to remove them. Other than them, damn near everybody. There is a post-game after the dragon. I'm not going to tell you what happens there, but after the dragon, you're not done. I don't know how you feel about spoilers, so I'm trying not to go overboard. I could tell you, but do you want to know? You'll see soon enough. That's right. Why is my Reynard not moving? I'm just gonna have to go find him. Only half a health bar and 1 point left. You got this, Nikki. You can beat him. Skin his ass, Kalima your own damn heart back. I believe in you.
Built my shop in the shadow of that. Have your pick. What will it be? What will it be? Have your pick. What will it? Understood. So, I'm sure here we are. A perfect. I'm sure you'll find. Why not?
Yeah, I'm gonna forge another one anyway. Might as well.
I'll not beat round.
165 grand for another Arisen's Bond. Jesus. I need to figure out what Love in the Rough combines with, because that's never an easy amount to swallow. Health is 0, but he doesn't die. He's a dragon. You have to deliver the final blow straight to the heart as the Arisen. Oh, but you're short. You might not be able to reach your destiny.
I'd be put. Have your pick. What will it be? What will it be today? Have your pick. Any you like. What will it be? Understood.
Yeah, that's the thing that it's one of the things you learn by fighting the Drake early on. If you do that before fighting the dragon, they don't explain it to you. You did 90% of the damage by climbing from his tail to his shoulder and just poking him. Jesus. Yeah, Liquid Vim is goated for a reason. It's one of the best items you can get in-game. It's even still one of the best items once you factor in Dark Arisen. You found his blind spot. Nice. You didn't get knocked off even once. Kudos. But yeah, what was I saying, right? With the Drake, you learned that early on, but it's not really outright told to you. It's just, if you fight that first, it's better than during the main dragon fight. The only way to kill a dragon in Dragon's Dogma is for an Arisen to stay its heart. So you specifically have to deliver the final blow as the player character. It doesn't have to be a melee attack. So if you have a magic cannon build or a staff or anything like that, you can do it at range. But it does specifically have to be the player's damage that deals the final blow on a dragon. Maybe another Worm King's ring forgery. As long as I'm forging rings and wasting money. Did I go right past it? I must have gone past it twice. Not paying enough attention. Where is the Worm King's ring? God, I hope the counterfeiting menu is less cluttered in the sequel. Yeah, forge the forgery.
I'll have the goods ready by this time tomorrow. I'm sure any... Have your pick. What will it... Understood.
Aye, the inn offers a clean bed, but it deals in vocations and skills besides.
So, I'm sure you'll get... I'm sure you'll find... Why not?
I guess I'll make some extra journal entries while I'm here.
Oh, no.
Because Reynard is not moving. He's still in the grove. He's supposed to patrol. Wait. Maybe he's moving and it's just not updating the quest marker? Let me check a Cassardus. Hang on. Still not here. Let me change the quests. Go back into the menu. Check again. He's not in the grove anymore. Where is he? Are you seriously back in the capital? Now? I just had to zone out and zone back in again. Oh. Of course.
Has its own trials. Why not?
A drag. Even what can I do? As you will. As you will.
Okay, I guess I'll get the other journal entry.
As you will. What can I do? They can.
I was wasting time on that one. Back to Grand Soren. This one, I've done it before where he's right outside the Great Wall encampment before I do the Deny Salvation quest, so it fits very tightly there. But, here works as well. I kind of just want to get it done. Don't tell me you changed your location already. Where are you? It says you're in Grand Soren, but I don't have a marker here. I have all the quests. I have all the journal entries. Are you in the hotel? Where are you?
The hub of our journeys.
Hello.
Have you aught to sell?
Maybe the quest mark? Oh, hang on. No, something's up. Celine is your beloved. Okay, that's not bad. Depending on how far you go with the Witchwood quest anyway, she would already be in your house, so, very convenient. Hey, your wife knows how to brew ale. So, if you can get over the fact she's not human, more power to you.
It's all right. Have your pick. Any you like. What will it be today? Understood.
You're just never in your house. I saw a mod that would let you add the ability to sleep in your bed, treating it as an inn. But other than that, even that, there's no real reason to go back there, aside from, let me think, Lost and Found. There is a single unique item that spawns in your house once. And it's not really useful, it just saves you from having to talk to Chief Adaro, where it tells you where Kina went. But if you talk to Adaro, he also tells you where Kina went. And when you're given the quest in the first place, what's his name? Fidel? Not Fidel. One of the other villagers, he also tells you where she went. So yeah, the one reason your house exists is already done better by two other things. Where the hell is Reynard right now?
Take care you aren't soaked in water.
Stop looting the fountain. We don't need that chump change. Still says he's in the capital. I have no idea where. Like, his patrol route should be around the fountain. Failing that, he should be at the inn. Whatever. I guess we'll get more journal entries copied. He'll show up eventually. Watch where you're standing. You're in the way of my farming route for the counterfeiter.
Mind the guards on watch, Master. They'll not suffer any untoward behavior lightly.
You know, after I get this counterfeit set up, I'm actually going to close out the game. Maybe rebooting it will help. And as long as I'm doing that, I might as well switch Steam accounts and show you my alts.
Why not leave it with
Let me
me
just
a while?
queue that
I'll
up.
craft you a forgery fit to fool the maker's own eye. I'll not be... I'm sure any...
Okay. Yeah, honestly, there's no good reason to really go to your house in DD1. Even with mods, they haven't added a good reason. It just kind of... I've had playthroughs where I forget I even have a house. Just because, like, what do I have there? A carrot that respawns. Oh, goody. Maybe a twig bean.
Have your pick. What will it be today? What will it be today?
That was wrong. I need the second entry, and I also need to grab one of the first entry.
What will it be? Have your... Come on.
Okay, I guess I am going to quit out the game for a hot second. Save, return to title screen. Oh, by the way, listen to my title screen, because there's a good mod everybody should have. This may not be the most audible given the current audio configuration, but Into Free. This was the song for the vanilla version of Dragon's Dogma 1, and it's a goddamn masterpiece of music. Just wait for the cock rock to kick in. Oh, you're sorting out Dragon Forged? Yeah, just... okay. I'm not going to play the entire song because I'm going to get copy-stricken again. But, yeah, look up Dangan Into Free. That's a great song. I wish they kept the rights to it for Dark Arisen and Dragon's Dogma 2. Yeah. Okay, let me close out the game before... Well, the good thing is it creates a checkpoint after you kill the dragon, so if you crashed, you should be safe. Yeah, like I said before, when you do the dragon, all of your gear that you're equipped with at the time gets fully Dragon Forged. And you also get equipment based on what you're using at the time. You can only get up to 2 pieces of new equipment, though. It doesn't give you armor, it just gives you weapons. So if you're using a Mystic Knight, you should get a sword and shield, or a mace and shield, or a staff and shield. If you're running a mage, you would also get a regular staff. If you're running a sorcerer, an archer's staff. It depends on what you're using, not specifically your class or anything else. So if you would want to do it with a Mystic Knight, then I would suggest doing it with a mace and a magic shield, because those are things that other classes can't use. You have to do it with a warrior for a two-handed weapon, because nobody else can use that. You have to use a sorcerer for an archer staff, nobody else can use that, etc., etc. Should have gone back to assassin. You might be right on that one, unfortunately. Okay, I'm going to go into Steam, change account, and I will... Oh, hang on. It's going to... I guess I'm going to have to lose the avatar then, because it's saying that's going to break. Well, I guess I'm not going to be an anime boy for a little bit. Okay. That is synced up now. Okay, change accounts. Yeah, I gotta tell you, for your first playthrough when you're still learning the most, definitely gotta be safer with going for a ranged class. Oh, Nikki, thank you for following. Jesus, you've been hanging out with us for a while. Okay. I hope you're having fun. I'm going to have to mute the stream temporarily while I get changed over, because that mod that gives you the best opening song ever, it also breaks your volume scaling at the beginning. So let me just... Okay, hopefully I muted that properly and didn't deafen anybody, so yeah. I'm glad I could help you. Yeah, you appreciate the advice, and I appreciate you hanging out. I guess it should be that simple, but yeah, thank you again anyway. Okay, let's see. This is going to be my magic archer. It's not a magic archer yet, but this is how I'm going to... I'm just showing off the character designs, honestly. And maybe I could talk a little bit about the builds. This is the shortest character I've ever made, and she has 0 fashion sense, at least yet. 152 centimeters. Okay, I didn't go as short as I was afraid, but... what's 152 centimeters? Is that like 4'11"? 4'10"? I'm American, I don't speak metric. Yeah, so I'm running as a mage until level 44 on this character, and... Oh, you can also see the grand angle. That is elevated above high angle because I'm using one of the DLC rings. It's not going to be terribly relevant. It's just I want to try it when I go to this character. I think it looks half decent. And because I didn't have a plan for this character, I just used the exact same design for the support pawn. So yeah, this support pawn is going to be a ranger, but weirdly enough, because of the way I ran the numbers on this, let me just pull up my text file. This ranger is going to be spending a lot of time leveling as a warrior. Like, I'm going to be a ranger until level... What? I actually started changing this character over at level 11 instead of level 10, because I wanted to get specifically 3999 HP and 3960 stamina, so both are at approximately 4k, and it also pushes my attack over 700. But here's the thing. Level 1 through 11 as a strider. Most people would do 1 through 10 and then immediately change. Next after that is 12 through 50 as a ranger, so 39 levels as the class I want to play. 51 through 155 as a warrior. I'm spending over 100 levels as a two-handed warrior. Look at this character. I'm not even shoulder high on Rook. And this is going to have to be a two-handed hammer build for 100 levels on hard mode. I'm going to suffer. Oh yeah, and then after that, with the 100 levels of warrior, I go back to ranger from 156 until cap, and then I stay there. I am feeling your pain, but thankfully not for all my characters, just for this one. So yeah, this magic archer is going to suffer. So you saw the design. I'm going over the stats for the builds. I'm going to show you my other one, the Assassin, which... this is one thing I don't like about the DD1 character creator, but I think they have improved it for DD2. Well, I'll go over that once I'm actually in the other instance. Okay, change accounts. I actually went over the math with a friend of mine the other day on how many copies of Dragon's Dogma I've gotten. Between Dragon's Dogma Vanilla and the Dark Arisen re-release, I have 10 copies of Dragon's Dogma. 2 Vanilla, 8 Dark Arisen, and of those 8 Dark Arisen, 3 of them are on PC. Okay, I gotta mute this before the audio deafens everything. Okay, hopefully that avoided the deafening audio again. Where did the inn go? The ground. No, but if you're in Grand Soren, do you remember where Arsmith's Alehouse is? That's where you're gonna find Montebank, because you also can't get to the Black Cat anymore. So for the counterfeiter, you're going to the Alehouse. For the inn, you're going to the Pawn Guild. Yeah, some slight seismic activity, one little nuclear reactor, it's fine. Japan knows how to bounce back from that. And here is my assassin. He's already an assassin, so... one thing I like about just this kind of assassin build, you just play assassin. That's it. I got him to level 10, I got to Bitterblack Isle, I changed to vocation, and now he just has to be himself. I'm going to play this guy on hard mode before I play the Magic Archer, probably. Just because I can do what I want immediately. And this is my pawn. He is a big lad. He is 209 centimeters. Is this the maximum height in DD1? I think you can get to like the low 210s. But this is pretty damn big. This has to be... What is this? 6'7"? 6'8", I think? I'm going to go 6'7". And you may notice, like the pawn I had on the other character, that ranger didn't have a longbow. Right now, this warrior doesn't have any kind of weapon, because I did these class changes when I was still in Cassardus by going to Bitterblack Isle, instead of making a bum rush for the capital. Your pawn's 2 centimeters taller. You win this round. Okay. Yeah, Balrog is meant to be like the biggest, bulkiest, heaviest kind of pawn. I didn't go for maximum height, I guess. And you could theoretically go heavier, but this is what I wanted. He's going to be my stagger hammer warrior. It's going to be especially useful on hard, which is both of my alts, the Magic Archer and the Assassin, these are both hard from the get-go. So they're only level 10, and they could already get their asses kicked by a basic wolf. Even with some of the DLC armor, even with some investment and min-maxing, yeah. If you're new to the game, hard mode is named correctly. Don't think it's just inflating some stats to a nominally more annoying degree. No. Hard mode will break you if you're not ready. But the plus side is, not this menu, which menu am I thinking of? There, okay. I've already got over 50k, and I'm still in the starting city. If you get a good drop rate on characters just randomly giving you giant gold pouches on hard mode, I don't remember ever seeing large gold pouches in hard mode, but I know it's possible. Usually you just get an extra drop for the majority of enemies, sometimes a small coin pouch for an extra 100, sometimes a giant coin pouch for 10k. I think my other one, you could have seen, Nadia, she had over 100,000, and she's still in the starting town. In hard mode, gold is no longer an issue. Just go kill random small mobs, and you're going to be up 100k easy. So yeah, let me just go back over the stats, profile stuff, in case you want to check it out. Klaus is a name I wasn't planning on for this. It's the name I used for my my Beastrin in the character creator for DD2, so I just wanted to try using it in DD1 for a bit. And again, Balrog. I'm a Lord of the Rings fan. It's that simple, really. That big motherfucker that's going to be coming at you with a flaming hammer, yeah, he's definitely a Balrog. Okay. And we will quit out of that, and we will go back to the main profile. Hopefully that means Reynard is resuming his patrol, so we can actually find him again. I don't want to go to Devilfire Grove. I don't have a port crystal set up right now. Not there. My port crystal for the Grove is currently set up at the Shadow Fort, not at the encampment. I wanted to get some of the pre-gaming done for my second or third playthrough, because I'm going to do hard mode for my second playthrough, and I think my third playthrough is going to be a speed run. And port crystals do persist between playthroughs. So you can have a total of 10 port crystals set up at any given time, and you don't have to worry about replacing them every playthrough. Okay, and now let's see if I can bring VTube Studio back. Oh, that should still work. Okay. There we go. Now if I could just make that window visible again. Perfect, okay. And now for the game. Come on, Reynard, you're going to be my beloved, but you actually have to show up. I'll disable the shaders for now. I still want to try the shaders in the post-game and Bitterblack Isle. I don't think I deafened properly. Sorry if the music blew out your eardrums. Okay, now let's see if we can't get Reynard to show his ugly mug. Excuse me. You were asking about beloved choices earlier. Generally, you would want to choose a merchant as your beloved. So there are some merchants that leave the game once you get to post-game, like Reynard and Madeline. Madeline can also randomly respawn in the commons near the Pawn Guild in the post-game. I don't like relying on that, though. Excuse me, I'm sorry. So on playthroughs where I would be using her magical gear, I tend to give her the golden idol, and then in that same playthrough, I would make her the beloved. If I'm not doing that with Madeline, however, the only other merchant I really care for having would be either Reynard or Fornival. Fornival because once you get to a certain point in the post-game, the Noble Quarter is not safe. So you'd want to be very careful with trying to track him down. I don't like the hassle, honestly. So normally, if we're going to do anything with Fornival, I would do it before I even get to that stage of the post-game. Reynard, however, Reynard doesn't have a chance to respawn like Madeline does in the Pawn Guild area. Reynard is just, if he's not your beloved, he's gone after his quest is done. So, he says as much as well. He says he's about to hang up his tackle, he's done.
To save enough for lodging.
Hang on, wait a minute. Reynard, you're here, finally. Okay. Hey, buddy, I know you sent me to find your father's diary, but I got something else for you. Wait. Nope, I missed the present queue. Hang on. I have to restart now, damn it. I timed that wrong. Ah, dear. You have to do present right away, because if you were carrying the entire journal with you, he will automatically grab everything for the quest. Okay, now it's safe to have the volume turned back on. Okay. I have to make sure I give Reynard the Arisen's Bond right away. Because the present menu for giving the Arisen's Bond, it only appears in the first dialogue instance whenever you start speaking to an NPC for the first time. So yeah, Reynard is here. I just had to reload the game.
We adjust our inventory.
Remember to save enough for lodging.
And now I'm going to let him walk into a bit of better lighting. It's okay, he'll get here when he gets here.
The life of a salesman, surely.
Don't get caught in my shadow, though. That's a kind of big shadow, too.
Hold.
Yes, hold this ring, which I actually didn't carry with me because since we're in... Whatever. Let's get hitched, bitch. Oh, and that's 50 rings, too! Or 50 presents. Oh, perfect.
What? You intend for me to have it? There's a queer surprise indeed.
A happy surprise, though, right?
Not that I won't accept it, mind. And happily, too.
I'm a 6-foot-tall, heavily armored woman. I could be your Samus Aran. Anyway, you were saying before I made you hold that ring.
Hold. These letters. They are written in my father's hand. I see.
Yeah, these were kind of, out there. Your father went on his own adventure.
I cannot fathom the trouble you bore to find this. I am at a loss for words, sir. And yet, it seems my father is well and truly dead after all.
Yeah. So, anyway, do those daddy issues help you with the whole proposal?
Please do not
just
worry
asking
on this. Simply finding aught of him is a treasure to me. I shall read this anon. Perhaps
it's 6 pages. It's not a lot of reading. You could do that here.
Now, let us talk of business. You'd be a fool not to have a look at
So, if you would want to do any business with Reynard, this would be your final dialogue with him before he despawns. He leaves the game. Unless he's your beloved, at which point he will hang around in the post-game. There's nothing else I need right now.
Now, let us talk of business. Pray,
I'll see you at home after I save the world, honey.
In any case, the finest patron deserves the finest reward. Please, sir, accept this gift with my compliments. In truth, I warrant this will be my final transaction.
Not much of a transaction, you gave it to me.
My father resolved.
Although it was paying me for a quest, I guess.
To wander the land any longer. Maker, guide your steps until our paths cross again.
So you became a merchant to explore, but what are you going to do now? Are you going to stop being a merchant? Are you going to set up shop somewhere, like my bedroom, perhaps? The door is open, by the way! That ring is just for show. Oh, by the way, the dragon's going to kidnap you later. I'll see you then! Yeah, he's gonna be fine.
Quest knowledge.
So now that that's done, we can get him to deny salvation.
Would be wise to hire on a guide who knows the road.
First, make preparations for the long road ahead.
Miss all, have your pick, or will it be?
Goddess cameo. Roth mask. These are items I don't usually use, but it's not bad to have any of them, so. Better to have it and not need it. You know the drill. Does anybody else have anything I should be tossing? I don't think so.
What will it be today?
Let me just withdraw all the journal pages so I can keep track of things a little bit more cleanly.
What will it be to have your pick?
I'm going to get the journal fully duplicated a second time, and then I'm going to do Deny Salvation.
Manage inventory and skills, and so on.
As expected of a residential area.
I never said it before. I was talking about pawn heights and other configuring with the customization that impacts your height, your weight, etc. One thing I dislike in the first game is that your maximum height for female has to be shorter than your maximum height for males, just due to the limitations on the body parts you can choose. So if I was playing a dude here, I could make my character even taller, even heavier, which is better under certain conditions. Like if you're doing Blue Moon Tower, you need to be heavier in order to get through the wind tunnels to the west of Blue Moon Tower. And it's easier to be heavier when you can be taller, etc. You could just be carrying stuff that would near over-encumber you, like altar slates from Temple of the Water God. But again, it's easier to compensate for being a taller or heavier character than it is to be a shorter or lighter character. The wind wasn't that bad. Yeah, it's not that bad. It's not that bad until you try to go around with an empty inventory to loot the tower, and you're running a goddamn dwarf. And the ability, what's it called? Forgetting the ability all of a sudden. It's a ranger ability. Stability. This ability stops mighty winds from hampering your mobility. This basically just means it doesn't knock you over. Oh yeah, I put a crystal down at the front of the tower too. Let me see here. Yeah, I put a crystal right at the front door, so I don't have to worry about that again. And where do I have my crystals here? I have one there, I have one at Wind Bluff Tower, I have one right in front of the Great Wall. One is Shadow Fort, and the last one I have at the Halfway Castle. The wind was an inconvenience. The wind is not the worst part of going to Blue Moon Tower. The worst part of going to Blue Moon Tower is just the sheer distance, not the wind. And it feels like a waste of a port crystal sometimes too, because it's out of the way of everything else. You go there for exactly the tower, and nothing else. Oh, we did 4 out of the 5 same locations. Okay. If not the Halfway Castle, where'd you put yours? Did you put it at the Abbey? That's one of the places I do as well. I ran out of port crystals this playthrough. And I didn't feel like spending 200 grand with Montebank. You keep it with you. Okay, so you can fast travel basically anywhere you want at a moment's notice, like an emergency. Okay, I get that. What was I doing before? Right, I was cloning journal pages.
Understood.
Yeah, I didn't do that in Dragon's Dogma. I did something like that in Pal World, where basically the ability to make your own base gives you a fast travel point. And you can have up to 3 total bases, so you could have 2 bases and 1 in your pocket for a fast travel. I didn't do that in Dragon's Dogma, though. I don't feel like it's so spread out that you need one once you have... Well, you can have up to 10 port crystals. You find 5 per playthrough, but you can have up to 10 placed. So you can either max it out across 2 playthroughs, or you can go to Montebank, and he will sell you port crystals for 200 grand.
Why not? I'll not beat round. I'm sure you'll find.
Does he not sell them until the post-game, or... Is it the post-game or New Game Plus? I can't remember which. I haven't unlocked them yet. But yeah, Montebank will sell you port crystals for, if I'm not mistaken, 200,000 gold.
I'm sure you'll any.
How's a day find you?
I don't know why Sir Kestrel is so talkative now. Usually that's a sign that he's getting into the positive affection when you're passing him by. I literally just pass him by on the way to the Black Cat. There's nothing else happening there. It's not like Caxton, where I was getting my present counter up higher, so I gave him 49 stakes.
What will it be? Understood.
I'm thinking about it right now. I'm thinking what gear I should be targeting for my other... my alt's pawns, since I'm going to be outfitting them before I send them back. But I'm not using them right now. It's a thought process. My brain's wandering a little.
So, I'm sure here we are. A perfect. I'm sure. Why not leave it with me a while? I'll craft you a forgery fit to fool the maker's own eye. I'll not be. I'm sure you'll any.
Actually, let me grab another skeleton key here.
I'm sure you'll find out.
I'm going to queue up the final journal entry, but I'm not going to do more soft resetting after that, because I want to get to actually doing the quest. And if you've given the Arisen's Bond versus if you haven't given the Arisen's Bond, when you do the last stage of Deny Salvation, you get a different cinematic.
Have your pick. What will it be?
I didn't want to deposit all of them. Let me get back a couple keys. 3 should be fine, yeah.
What will it be? Have your pick. What will it? Understood.
And it's been long enough that I should be able to get the Drake back in Devilfire Grove if I'm so inclined. I don't know if I want to bother fighting that Drake again. I've already done so much dragon foraging. It would be nice to get one more Drake kill in before I set things to post-game, but after I do Deny Salvation, I want to do... I want to start Bitterblack Island. Because I'm at a point now where my character is mid-60s? Late 60s. And I've trivialized most of the content that's in the base game. There will be more difficult things once I get to the Everfall, and, well, there's more post-game.
So, I'm sure here we are. A perfect. I'm sure. Why not?
But Bitterblack Isle is where you really start to get testing yourself. I don't compare things to Dark Souls 1 lightly. I'm not just going to say, oh, this is the Dark Souls of Dragon's Dogma sections right now. I compare it to that aesthetically as well as in terms of difficulty. Is there anything else you have here? Nothing new unlocked for excavations or the like, so yeah, okay.
Shoot any.
I'm just going to deposit that journal entry, and then I'm going to head to the Great Wall encampment. Yeah. Oh, you're not talking to me, you're talking to the other NPC. That makes way more sense. Okay. Sir Kestrel, you're not just a circus, you are a clown.
Have your pick. What will it be?
Okay. Yeah, that should be good on inventory.
What will it be? Have your pick. Come again.
I'll create another checkpoint at the Rift Zone, and then I'm going to hop in.
Tis a heavy onus the men here bear.
I'm just going to grab a quick drink. I'm not leaving the mic unattended, but if you hear anything that sounds like drowning, that might be I'm a little too vigorous in combating dehydration. Just running through some quick messages. You never want to fight the eye. Oh, you got your first beholder. Okay. That's a fun part of the Everfall. Or wait, are you talking the eye thing in the Everfall or the gazer from Bitterblack Isle? One of the nice things with the Gazer and the Beholder, both of them, is that when they try to do a petrifying gaze against you, you can just turn your character around. As long as you're not looking into the eye as it does that, you can avoid certain effects. Unfortunately, if you're like me, I have a video somewhere on an older channel of me fighting it as a level 30-something ranger. And fighting the Gazer at that level, naturally I had to cling straight to it with Conqueror's Periapts and stab it directly into the eyeball. So when it looked right at me while I was clinging to the eyeball, I obviously couldn't look away. Which meant I was turning to stone while I was grabbed onto the eyeball. I had secret softeners, thankfully. But, yeah, if you can't look away, if you have to take it point blank, yeah, you're gonna be statuesque, if you will. Okay, my tongue has been slaked. Let's get back into the action. Just make sure. Yeah, I changed back to holy. Okay, I'm good. Holy's not going to be relevant in the first wave of the Deny Salvation because it mostly just starts with goblins and cyclopes. You don't have to start dealing with the undead until you're actually in the fortress proper.
They attack! Ready for battle!
Organization 13's really gone downhill. 2 air quotes fully armored cyclopes. Doesn't matter what I call them, they're both corpses in waiting. I say that and then immediately flub my shield. It didn't keep my abyssal in the cutscene, damn it. Excuse you. I was gonna make this quick, but now you're testing my patience. Is the big hole just single rooms filled with random enemies? I'm trying to find a polite way to phrase this. It's the best place to farm wake stones. There is an uber boss in one of the rooms. And when I say uber boss, I mean it's basically a raid boss that you soft fight with. Like, if you're... Are you online enabled or not? Because if you're online enabled, it's a raid boss. That is the post-game difficulty spike. And like I said, there's a big boss. You will know it when you see it, because it is a whole different animal. It's not a cockatrice. It's not a hydra. It's not an eyeball. It's something else. When you find this boss, by the way, if you don't kill it in a single instance, then it will retain whatever health it's lost as long as you don't die as well. It's not a difficulty spike if you have 2 cockatrices spamming petrification? Well then, what do you call that then? A difficulty wall? I just wanted my edgy shadow aura on the weapon.
Grab it where it's weakest.
And you can't even let me have that. It's just a no fun allowed room. I'm interested what your opinion will be when you find the boss of the Everfall. Because here's the thing with the Everfall. You don't have to do it. But it's the best way to farm wake stones. And I have fun with the Everfall as well, but it is very much an acquired taste. You need to be geared to the nines, you need to just be ready to have your face kicked repeatedly. The Everfall is going to tell you to bite the curb. Give me your face. There we go. Much better. You're prettier when you're burning. So nothing is stopping you from just ditching the cockatrices? Yes. The only thing you need out of the Everfall in order to progress the main quest is wake stones. How you get them is up to you. You don't have to finish the Everfall.
I'll grab it where it's weakest. Let's have that helm. The helm protects his eye. I cannot reach it. We have triumphed.
This looks interesting.
I'll take that. I'll heal your wounds.
I gotta say, though, if you're concerned about the Everfall as it is, have you tried anything with Bitterblack Isle? Did you go to Castardus at night to check out the location? Because, I'm trying to find a polite way to phrase this. You find a cockatrice as a central enemy before you get to the first real boss of the area. And also, if you kill that cockatrice and don't vacate the area quickly enough, it will spawn something bigger, faster, and angrier. So, the Everfall is where you're going to be pushing your late game for the base of what Dragon's Dogma was. But Bitterblack Isle, the Dark Arisen content, it will... Maybe I didn't drink enough. Bitterblack Isle will just hurt you in ways you never even conceived of. And I love it. Like, on my hard mode characters for the alts, I'm planning on going to Bitterblack Isle as soon as I get the Eternal Fairy Stone. That way I can just come and go freely. The only reason I didn't start this character on hard mode was because I was trying to figure out the XP curve in order to make sure I got to the correct classes while still unlocking the ability to change vocations. Don't run into the castle yet. I'm still exploring the grounds. You got anything to say?
Those Salvation bastards show an unnatural unity in their actions.
Almost cultish devotion.
There are good men left in the hold. I wish there were aught I could do to help them.
The door's open. Go in.
There, Master! Undead warriors!
Here they are.
Fireworks well! Hates fire!
I don't know why they even bothered putting these undead here. I feel like it's just because there's a graveyard in the area. There is nothing here. Not at this state.
Undead warriors!
Whatever.
What else would you expect?
Are you staying dead yet? Okay, so that should cover all of the exterior sections of the castle. Now we actually get to move inside. I would say if you need to get through the cockatrice room, you're better off doubling back. You start getting petrified, you go into your inventory, you use softener, you get back out, they keep queuing more petrification. Yeah. Excuse me, sorry. Yeah, cockatrices are a handful early on. I think... Let me see if I can link this, actually. Let me just see if I can link this. No, not that window. I need to go to... No, not that window. I need to go to... No, not that window. I'm sorry, the echo is going to be slightly cursed for a hot second. Okay, let me just see if I can pull that up. It's not clipped or anything. I just need to check the timestamp. Should be right about the 5:20 mark. Okay, I'm going to link you to a VOD from my last Dark Arisen stream where... Why is that not pasting? Maybe I can't do this. Okay. I'm linking a VOD in the chat, and I'm going to tell you to check at... I think it's about 5 hours and 19 minutes. This was me trying to do the cockatrice very early on, and I didn't want to do cheese strats, but unfortunately kept either flying away or damaging the trophies during this part of the main quest. So if you're having difficulties with cockatrice, then this will let you get them done in about 60 seconds each. The problem with the second one is, well, if you have 3 pawns, then 3 pawns can keep one of them busy while you kill the other one. And then as long as they're isolated like that, you should be able to handle them all right. I mean, I could say go to practice with the cockatrice in Soulflare Canyon. That's even available in the base game before you get to post game. But I don't think one cockatrice is giving you the trouble right now. You say as much. A single cockatrice is no trouble at all. It's the fact there's two of them. So practicing against one is not going to help. Unless you need to figure out the counterplay for when they use their petrification breath. Okay, yeah. What's the best way to do this, then? Do you know the triggers for when they're rearing up to use their petrification breath? Because if you can stagger them and interrupt them, it's a matter of queuing both of them then, because if you are able to get one down, the other can still be active. The best way to stagger them to keep them... They keep alternating the same move and you can't do anything about it. Oh, man. You're playing a Mystic Knight. You should have a staff with you just in case you need a ranged option. Are you able to lure one of them to be separate from the other one? See if you can just zerg it down like that. It's not the best strategy, but if you're needing something new, then separating them seems to be your best option. Might be your only option. Yeah, I fucked up my stamina there. I deserve that.
You must stay calm. One at a time. All of you. Your weapon with holy light.
This skeleton is skilled indeed.
It was a fine scrap. Fun, to say so. There's no way we could have lost to that.
You still kicking?
I owe you my life, sir. Thank you. There are still others held below. Pray, free them as well.
This wall looks brittle. Let's strike it down. Groans from beyond the gate.
Okay, I guess we have to find a more explosive alternative.
At long last aid arrives. 'Twas quite a wait, sir.
Good thing the enemies won't aggro onto us while we're having this conversation.
Zealots made for the floor above. There's a passage here. Will take you there more quickly. I'll open it.
You are Arisen then.
Left exposed after a grand
What else would you expect? With my help?
Well, there's the explosive I was looking for.
That was effective.
Just wait till light.
One tier should be enough for this.
What else would you expect?
Strength in numbers, Arisen.
This looks interesting. What's this?
Combat needn't be grueling, Arisen. If the party needs adjusting, adjust it.
We are those who pray for the end.
An undead warrior! There, master! I'm coming, Arisen! Holy magic!
Fire works well!
Just wait till light!
We have tried.
Is that the last?
My gratitude.
That was far too close for my liking.
You're still kicking, though. You're
Here,
fine.
take this. Let it be of use to you, sir.
And did you give me a key, or what was it? I can't remember.
What's that?
You just unlock it yourself, right? Okay. Ooh, silver chest plate. This is a nice, what I want to change from what I'm currently using. I mean, maybe down the line, not right now. You can't really see it with... I like Gambison, but there's something to be said for the red Sonia metal bikini top. Especially when it's on the clothing layer and not armor, so you can be a bit more decisive with some other choices. Excuse me, maybe I should have drunk more. Clearly sober more isn't helping me. We'll start with a shortcut and then double back through the main passage.
Mayhap the men of the wall could open it. I've learned of this area. We may avoid battle yet, Master. This way.
You just learned about the area and you're already telling me its benefits. Quick study. I like it.
I wonder what's inside. This looks interesting.
What's that?
Wait, we already killed everything this way. Even if I'm not a rock, I'm too short to reach their weak point to cancel them. If the build's not working, the build's not working. There's only so much you can do against a system like this. I understand the rage quitting. I think it's understandable. And there's other enemies that are much more approachable in the Everfall. But then there's some that are just kind of going to make you, what the fuck? Like, I don't know about you, but there's an enemy that you encounter once in the base game you don't get to kill. But then by the time you get to find it in the Everfall, it's actually a more powerful variant. So I hope you like albino hydras.
Mad! Salvation is mad to conjure up such monsters. They'll be eaten, sure as the rest of us. Forgive me, sir, but I'll not open this door.
The Hydra.
I'll not be food for those beasts.
You only encounter the Hydra once in the base game. And if you want to encounter just a regular Hydra, it's going to be unlocked after you fight the dragon. If I'm not mistaken, you get it from the quest board in Cassardis. It's just titled A Challenge. And then it'll spawn a Hydra for you in the Frontier Caverns. If that quest isn't active, then you would have to do the first Frontier Caverns quest, which would be killing a Cyclops to get a silver idol. Because, yeah, you don't actually kill the one Hydra that you're required to fight during the story. You take off one of its heads.
Sir,
and for a Hydra, that is not final. That is not a very finalistic wound.
I was. Huh? The door?
So yeah, an albino Hydra, or an Arc Hydra, if you will. Or if you're feeling sassy, call it an Arch Hydra.
feel familiar with this area now.
So does that put you to 2 stars or 3 stars now? Two stars. Okay, so we still need more on you.
What's that?
Honestly, for just a regular Chimera in this area, I don't think the ballista are worth the effort. If you want to experiment, then yeah, sure, okay. But it's quicker to just kill it outright. Is the Boreal of Ballista Ballistae? I'm trying to remember. There's some things I just don't encounter enough to retain the knowledge. Was there anything else I might have forgotten in this direction? No. I mean, I could have brought some of the explosive barrels into the Chimera fight to speed things up a little, but that would only give me a couple of seconds at this stage. Acquisitor is like your 3rd highest skill. Why are you not gathering anything? Come on, man. Any other items? Is my loot goblin sense finally slaked? Okay. Drop a quick save.
To the roof!
Just being at your side fills this pawn with vigor, Arisen. There, Master! Undead warrior!
There! Human
This
bones
path
and
unscales
moves
from harm.
A sorcerer, Master.
It's weak to fire!
Never mind, my pawns beat me to it. Where's the last one that you're fussing over?
We must stay calm, one at a time.
That was effective!
You good?
Above, sir. Engaged in some dark ritual from the look of it. It makes my skin crawl just to think on it. Who can say what they aim to do? I'll open the rear door for you. Go. And make her be your shield.
Did it!
I kind of wish they were giving me keys for these so I could keep them unlocked, but at the same point, that would mean I'm going to port stone away, get things cloned, and then port stone back. Quite a bit. Finally, Pigeon's Blood, but I've already got my circlet upgraded, so I'll need it for something else. Just not right now.
I'll take that.
Fragile wall, Arisen.
Yeah, it's so fragile, there's already a hole in it. Fancy that.
Treasure, perhaps?
A strong shock would sunder this wall.
Quite the shortcut, huh? If you're worried about getting bottlenecked by those mages on the stairwell, then yeah, sure. But it's a formality. It's nice to have. It counts as more map progress for my pawn, at least. We should be getting close to the top.
This looks interesting.
The Elysian awaits above. Raw evil.
Merciful Maker, I am glad to see you, sir. The leader is just beyond. Pray, go and put him to the blade.
Did you tap me on the shoulder the second I killed it?
Ah, but first, take what you will from the storeroom. 'Tis the least we can offer you.
Thank you.
Strength in numbers, Arisen.
Finally, the more Salvation is kicking their asses, the more they recognize they goddamn need me, and they're paying me accordingly.
Leave it to me.
Rooted Gloom. I don't think I can use that. That's a warrior weapon, right? Yeah. Okay, I was gonna reapply my buffs, but I don't think the cutscene's gonna actually last. It's gonna be too long for me to actually keep the buffs. Palpatine and friends. I should have known. Actually, no, you're the one-eyed version, so you're Pyratine.
It would seem our fates are closely bound.
You've been trolling me since I woke up from the impalement.
Destruction will find this place, and all the world in its turn. Indeed, the coming night ill needs us.
You've already got the illest mustaches on your side of this fight. You don't need any help sinking lower.
Just as you and your hubris cannot hope to stop the divine beast that mocked you. Before its might, you stand as useless and frail as this ungainly contrivance of brick and mortar.
If you don't like the building, just say it. Nikki, I hope you have a good nap. It was nice hanging out with you. And best of luck next time you try that fight, too. Naturally, a good cult leader needs to penetrate his members to keep them satisfied. Nikki, I believe in you. Alternatively, you can borrow my pawn next time. I'm not sure if I have it set to public or not.
My flock to see these walls reduced to dust. But first they shall peel the flesh from your bones, my dear Arisen.
Okay, then I hope you have fun finding the Uber boss. Why did we just stand there and take it from him? We have ranged options. I have a divine axis. It is custom built as a staff for this problem. Actually, speaking of custom built for this problem, I need to run around the area to make sure I uncover the entire map before my pawns kill these liches.
I've learned what to do in this quest.
With poor luck, White's Arisen. A skeleton sorcerer! There!
Strike the moment it's open. I shall take on the strong.
This must be the work of the darkest magic.
Stop its incantation!
I think we could break down that door. We have explosives. Just saying. Okay, we've fully uncovered it, right? Dodge that.
I've been drenched. I am poisoned.
You walked into a death aura. You have no one to blame for that one but yourself.
May this life be your end! It summons more monsters. I'll attack the first opening I see. Holy light will stop its faltering.
Did we get both of them at the same time? I thought it was only one. Well, we're not getting that drop.
I fear I have misjudged the extent of your skill, dear Arisen. I see it was folly to worry of walls and armies while you still live. However, it seems my regret will be short-lived. Don't you feel it? The very air dances around us.
It's a dark and dreary day, but I can still see something on the horizon. Your bloodstain. I prefer doing this quest on a bright, sunny, clear day, but there's a certain elegance to having this on such a grisly, gray backdrop.
You unrepentant blasphemers! This is absolute truth! This is salvation!
This castle is not certified for your weight class.
The rantings of an up-jump zealot make for tedious listening.
Agreed.
His ilk serves no role in what is to come.
Only your ilk, right?
Only my death will staunch the flood of destruction. A task still far beyond your means. If
you grossly underestimate my power.
And I shall allow it. But heed the zealot's lesson well. When the weak court death, they find it.
You attacked me. I will retaliate.
I shall hold your little keepsake safe. Your dragon forged will speak for my diligence in that. The choice falls not to me, nor to the whims of fate. It is yours alone.
Ass so fat his chair is still breaking even after he walked away. I forgot the little mittens at the end of the Chimera. Looks a little silly, just a smidge. But here's the thing about the Arisen's bond you'll be seeing shortly. Yeah. If you give it away to the correct NPC, it's not used up. You get to take it back. But like with Salamet and the Worm King's ring, you have to actually make sure to open your fucking eyes and look for this tiny-ass object. So yeah, I gave the Arisen's bond, and then I got it back immediately. That's 160 gold I don't have to worry about spending ever again. Yeah, okay. Let me just check you on your travels, make sure. Yep, full 3 stars on the Great Wall. We're good. And naturally, now that the dragon has made its entire plan clear to us, we are going to bail the fuck out. Because there is some unique dialogue that you only get if you do Dark Arisen before you fight Grigori. And I told you, I want to do the main dragon after I get started on Bitterblack Isle, because there's a quest that requires you to go to the Everfall before the endgame state of the Everfall. So, yeah. Let's pour it out of here. Is there anything I need to do before I go to Bitterblack Isle? I need to go to the Dragon Forged, right. Let me just do a smidgen of inventory management first. You don't need to go to the Dragon Forge anyway. It does tell you that this is the next prompt in the quest progression. It's not mandatory. It's just you're heavily suggested to because you got a free piece of armor.
It's a port crystal.
What meaning do you suppose those stones are?
I'll do a quick lap, see if there's any other bounty board stuff that activated. There should not be. We've already got some of the post-game bounty boards showing up based on our progression. So, should be fine. Nothing there, nothing there. Should be nothing for Montebank, or not Montebank, Anton to be in.
Remember to save enough for lodging.
It's all well, friend. Have your pick. What will it be?
Since I'm not going to really need an excess of Arisen's bonds, I could send those to my alts. See if those need help with leveling any particular NPC's affections. Not a problem for right now.
What will it be today? Have you come again?
I'm gonna go back to the Great Wall encampment, make sure I got the map fully uncovered. And also see if there's any dialogue with guards there that I might have missed. Because I did just kind of zip away. Y'all got anything you're feeling chatty about? Yeah, yeah, I have to go back there because the map's been changed, even though I already have full 3-star on the travel for the area. I still want to get the map fully uncovered so I don't have to uncover it again later. You do it now or you do it later. Either or.
The once proud hold allows ruin.
Such a grand keep fell in a moment's time before the worm. Ready, sir. Truly a terrible.
I'm not going in there because that is the area that was just unlocked. Once we proceed to the next zone. Was there anything else I'm forgetting, or was it just out here in the open? It was just out here in the open, yeah. No more going back up there, so if you don't clear it at the time, then you're going to have to wait till a whole nother playthrough. Which is unfortunate, but also not surprising given some of the other aspects elsewhere found. Just push a little bit harder on that edge. You got anything to say?
The slopes of the Tainted Mountain are deadly steep and fraught with danger, sir.
Are they? Sounds like fun.
If you must go, pray. Go prepared for the worst.
The worst, you say? Then I'm going to be the worst girlfriend ever and make sure that Big Scaly keeps my boyfriend hostage until I get bored fighting in Dark Souls 1. That's everything I need there. Now we will go to Hillfigure Knoll. That's the closest I have right now to going to the Dragon Forged. Yeah.
We've arrived at the Duke's northern stronghold. The beasts of these parts are proving a greater challenge, to be sure.
I just wanted to visit the Dragon Forge, but all I got was harpies.
In lands where men kill
What else would you expect? I'll set its wings ablaze!
There's no way we could have posted that.
Lay it where it lays!
If victory is elusive, seek new allies. Where that fails, seek new foes.
Victory is not elusive. I'm doing what I want. It should have been long enough for the Wakestone shard to respawn in this dude's chest, but I don't usually check it that often. Once you get to the post-game, Wakestones are... No, this doesn't respawn in a timely manner. This respawns on a playthrough basis. That's right, okay. Once you get to the post-game, like Nikki was experiencing earlier, Wakestones are a lot less of a rarity. They're just a farming mat, dependent entirely on your gear level. Skill level 2, but gear level more than anything else once you're in the Everfall in the post-game state. Stop.
My master chose to follow the bidding of his inner voice. He cast aside all ties to others and chose to stand against the dragon. These ages on, I feel I understand why he did so. The Dragon Forge trusted in himself too much.
He had no beloved, so the dragon wouldn't offer him a deal. So does that mean he just automatically wins?
Rather, he trusted none but himself. In me no more than in any other.
I think your pawn is defective.
The Dragon Forge trusted brother.
The hour is come, Arisen. The door lies open. Seek the temple atop the Tainted Mountain, beyond the Great Wall. At its pinnacle, in the shadow of the worm, keeper of the Endless Ring, you will make your choice.
It's not much of a choice, honestly.
What you there
It's one
become,
alternate ending.
Only you can decide.
Yeah, once I get that upgrade, it is going to be a substantive upgrade over... It's heavier. It's going to stay heavier than Gambeson, but it is a generally better piece of equipment. Once it's Dragon Forged. Which you would think you can't Dragon Forge dragon leather. It's already part dragon, but... I Dragon Forged a thong. Anything is possible. Let's go to Bitterblack Isle.
Tis a port crystal.
Tis a port crystal. One can reach it from anywhere with the use of a magic item.
My hope is that I may rediscover myself and recall. I shall, if there is... If there is aught I can...
I'm gonna grab some secret softener. Yes, I know some things are coming, and I don't want to be caught unawares. Where's my softener? There, okay. I'll bring 3, just to be safe.
If there is aught I pray.
I feel like this is overkill for starting Bitterblack Isle, especially on normal. But at the same stage, it's Bitterblack Isle. Some shit's gonna go down. And I want to be overgeared, if anything, here. I have still got rust for days. The fact that I can bend over the base game is not that big of a deal. This is where shit starts hitting the fan proper.
An epitaph.
The epitaph they're talking about, that big monument in the middle of the area, this will gradually update with more text the further you get into the story of Dark Arisen. And it will give you XP as well. So check in there every time you feel like you've hit a major milestone, and odds are you have. There's also, if you go under that bridge there, there's a lantern with no oil in it.
What's this?
So yeah, it gives you everything you need. It gives you flasks, it gives you oil, bins, and it gives you a lantern. It doesn't put it all together for you. This is the stage where Dragon's Dogma 1 decided, listen, we are done holding your hand. And people thought you were holding our hands to start with at the beginning of DD1. No. This is where the game decides, you know what? Figure it out for yourself.
Yeah, you want soaked in water.
I did not think I was that low. You guys got the fishes, or are you sleeping with them? So yeah, anybody that thinks Dragon's Dogma wasn't holding your hand to start with, play Dark Arisen. And this is still not as bad as it could be. This is where the game decides to test you. It's not just outright vindictive and evil, but it will hurt you. And you will come back begging for more. And I always do. I've been playing Dragon's Dogma. I've been playing Dark Arisen since 2013. I've been playing Dragon's Dogma base since 2012. Do you think I would own 3 copies of the game on Steam and be preparing to set up alts on multiple hard mode runs if I wasn't having fun? Now, do you want to know how much you are courting death by playing Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen? Do you really want to know how explicit it is? We are going to find death in the first dungeon. The first level of the first dungeon. And I don't mean it poetically or metaphorically or artistically and in any other fancy sense. We're gonna find death, straight up.
Treasure, perhaps.
But we also found blast arrows, so maybe we are
Heed
death.
these words, all who enter this place. Do not think. Just set one foot in front of the other, and by the Maker's life, keep swimming.
Works.
This is a fine scrap.
Finally.
Anytime.
It's about to get real.
The moonlight lends this place an otherworldly feel. Ready the mirror! Light brings
No heed. Their lives all.
And you notice how things seem a bit more grisly and gory in Dark Arisen compared to the base game. That is not just an aesthetic choice. The more monsters you kill, the more meat gets left behind. The more there is that wants to hunt that meat. to feed on it.
I'll take that.
You can jump around quite a bit if you're not concerned with fall damage. I would still hazard caution if I were you.
Stop! No!
Yeah, these are the entry-level wolves of the area. Wargs. You saw they were doing to a level 66 pawn, right?
What's this?
I'm not going to go through that door because I don't know if it causes any sequence breaking with the first spawn of death. If you think I'm exaggerating, no. I'm telling you, straight up, death. Death will be here. And he has a one-shot. That's the weird thing about Death in this game. Death only has 2 attacks. It has the ability to wave its lantern to knock you out. So if you're immune to sleep, that attack does nothing. And it has the ability to kill you. It has a very wide, sweeping AoE kill, by the way. I'm not even going to bother looting here. Does that tell you how serious it is? No. Once we get to the area where death spawns, I'm running. I'm not fucking with that. Not today. Not until I'm much more secure in this build. Because this build is secure for base game. For Dark Arisen? I'm gonna die. You can still run during that cutscene? Fucking run. Which one of you idiots tried attacking death? That health bar doesn't appear for nothing.
What greater curse than immortality? What crueler torment than to live
I'm not gonna walk away till the dialogue is done playing.
but despair?
Everybody? That's not a victory, that's an escape! Now for another Arisen. You poked my shield. What did you plan on doing? This guy's running an oil build. That's what gold weapons are good for, at least in terms of Dark Arisen, once you can start rarefying.
3 days, this one. A week, perhaps.
3 days? I was gone longer than that. Or are you talking about how long I'll survive? Because that might be generous.
Nothing personal, mind. And rest easy, friend. 80 guesses here now have yet to hit the mark once. Someone's looking for me. Then this pit is home to stranger folk than even I'd imagined. An honest mistake, most like. I've been down here half an age, and not once have I known anyone to come calling. Now, will you have a look? I'll see you.
I don't know which, if any, of my armor pieces I can rarefy at the moment. But yeah, you don't have to go to a blacksmith and a rarefier separately. Rarefication is just an upgraded version of the smithy. Do I have anything I can upgrade right now? Anything I can rarefy? I have nothing I can rarefy right now. Well, shit. I mean, I haven't done any of the post-game yet. I went straight into this.
Now, will you have a look? I'll see you. What'll it be, then? Now, will you have a look? No dying now.
If you want to, you could just burn that rift stone here and... Hang on. I'm having a thought. Could I use the barrel glitch here? I'm still thinking. Give me a minute. Could I use the barrel glitch here to get through any of these moonbeam doors? There are several doors throughout the Dark Arisen expansion area, all across Bitterblack Isle, really, where you need to use moonbeam gems to open the doors, but you only get so many gems per playthrough, and you can't forge them. They plan for that with a counterfeiter. You can't forge these magical keys, because they would just be dead. Or it doesn't even give you bad forgeries, it just gives you can't do it. So I'm trying to think if I could use a certain exploit in the I'm not sure whether or not I would want to. Feels like a bit much, but I could do the barrel exploit to maybe get through the moonbeam doors.
I'll take that.
I'm thinking about it. I'm almost level 69. I would want to change my pawns soon. Maybe I'll go back to the previous area before I'll uncover the map here. By the way, this area, you'll know you're relatively safe here because it still has bunnies and crows and deer. It won't last. Nothing lasts in Bitterblack. These are the doors, by the way, the Moonbeam Gem doors.
What's that? It won't budge, sir.
You can only open so many per playthrough, but I think I might be able to get through some of these with the...
Tis too sturdy a door to force.
I'll think about it, whether or not I would want to. Because you get everything between 2 playthroughs. I'm pretty sure there's enough Moonbeam Gems for that.
It won't budge.
But I'm having a think, you know? What can I do versus what will I do?
Treasure, perhaps? Let's have a look.
I'll take that.
I was about to say fowl will be okay, but no, I'm thinking that's horses, not deer. Fawn, that's what I'm thinking of. Fawns will be okay. Maybe that's why they're fawning over me.
If you lose your way, you need but consult your map.
Tis not defeat to flee from battle, master. Tis survival.
Let's have a look.
Ooh, first piece of Bitterblack gear. I can purify that to finish off another quest. Although currently I'm a Mystic Knight, my double blues, so the items you can get off of Bitterblack gear, it's a confusing formula. General rule of thumb is that whatever class you and your pawn are has an influence onto the gear. So if you're a hybrid class, that means you're basically casting 2 stones. And if your pawn can't be a hybrid vocation, but it can be advanced vocations. So basically the gear you're going to get is influenced by the number of colors per your vocation. If you have 1 red, 1 yellow, 1 blue, then it could be theoretically anything. That's the worst odds. It's not going to help you if you're targeting any items. If you're like my situation right now, where my pawn is blue and I can also contribute a blue, that means we're more likely to get magical gear, something for a mage, a sorcerer, or even a magic archer or mystic knight. But there's also some red in here, so we could get stuff for things like fighter, warrior, and to a lesser degree, assassin and mystic knight. The best course of action would be you want to get rid of your pawn if you want to focus it on exclusively one thing, or make sure you and your pawn are the same class. Or if you're hybrid vocation, then you're probably wanting some multipliers in there anyway. But you do want to make use of the fact that you can change your vocation freely at the same person that you will be redeeming these artifacts with.
Tis shut fast. We'll need a key.
By the way, I'm not proceeding with the main quest past here. Once I uncover this section of the map, I'm doubling back to the area where death spawned, because it won't respawn there for a bit. I want to get more of the map uncovered. Plain and simple. And you did see the lift stone earlier, the item that we received from Barak. Or Barak, if you will. Thanks. Thanks, Barak. Anyway, yeah. We used those to get out of the dungeons, the depths below Bitterblack Isle, rather than having to... Hey, don't break any barrels, don't break any barrels. I might need those if I'm not sure what I'm going to do there. I might change my mind on using the exploit or not. I'm not certain. But I need to make sure there's at least 2 barrels available. And maybe I grab some extra lift stones so I don't have to think about whether or not I get trapped. Yeah. I should grab some lift stones while I'm thinking about it. I can't remember if Barak sells them or not.
This place is full to the gills with scraps and materials unseen in the world I knew outside.
Everwood, gotcha.
An alchemist's paradise, this. The smithy's work I do is a product of endless hours, trial and error. But it's time I don't begrudge. My little obsession's half the reason for my wanderings.
And instead of going to fight the dragon, you decided to just delve dungeons and craft and... Oh. Barak is me. I don't have to thank Obama anymore. I can thank myself. This is a lot of power.
Could be. The other half is running into strange ones like...
Yeah, this guy just goes dungeon delving and crafting and running into weird Yeah, it's me.
Now, will you have a look? I'll see you don't regret. What'll it be then?
I might as well grab a couple lift stones now, yeah. I don't know if I'm going to trap myself. I don't remember where else to get a Martyr's Talisman, so I'm just going to buy one. Stockpile while I can, yeah. Is there anything else he has that I want right now? I don't think so. These are limited not by finances, as you can see the numbers there. These are limited by the other numbers, the weight.
What'll it be then? No, what'll it be?
I just deposited all of my secret softeners, didn't I? I did. I need to get at least a couple of those back.
What'll it be then?
That should be enough to last for a bit with secret softeners. What else do we got?
What'll it be then? No.
I'd like to finish uncovering that side of the raised section of the map right now. At that stage, I might as well grab my staff. Let's go this way, actually. Another moonbeam door. If you know where you're looking, you can get a wake stone, like, in full, very early on here. I'm only seeing one grabbable barrel, so I don't think this moonbeam door would be viable with the glitch. I'm not even sure if I want to do it.
Treasure bags.
There's snakes, there's spiders. These are the most dangerous things that are going to spawn in here for the moment.
What's this?
As I've said before, as I will keep saying, it doesn't last. Things will only get more dangerous the longer you stay here, the deeper you delve.
What's that? What's that?
Treasure, perhaps.
What's this? This looks interesting.
I guess I'll uncover that corner, and then I'll see if there's a certain thing I'm trying to remember, if it's actually behind a Moonbeam Gem door or not. I'm trying to remember, but take a drink. You know how it goes. It is. Well, I think that's everything uncovered for this area. There's one more thing. Back the other way, yeah. I'm trying not to go too crazy with the fall damage here, because there's enough stuff that can fuck you up in Bitterblack Isle. I'm not giving the game any additional chances for me to kill myself. So yeah, this one I'm not going to be able to get through with the glitch. I'm trying to remember how many doors you could get through with the barrel glitch. I want to say there's 4 or 5 doors you can get through using the glitch. I don't remember the exact number. I don't remember the exact placement. I don't even know if I'm going to fucking do it this playthrough. And if I do, maybe I'll do it on my own time so I feel less ashamed. There's items I want to get for Umberoth behind at least one of the doors. I will strongly consider it before next time, but I'm making no promises that I will do the glitch or even show it. Or I should have done that. I should have said those in the other order. No. Also, I don't know if you can hear my stomach. I'm starving. I've been running off of a protein bar since... Has it been 24 hours yet? I feel like it. Yeah, so I should have a good stockpile of lift stones. I'll deposit the excess. I really only need to carry 1 or 2 of them with me at a time. You only need 1 at a time. They all bring you up to the surface with Elena. I like carrying multiples at a time just in case I fuck something up and I'm worried about the way I've got my inventory organized. That's it.
You've been hearing voices since coming to this place, friend.
The usual voices or new voices?
Echoes of the dead, though.
Oh, those voices. Yeah, those are new. Yeah.
Even the least of them what's fallen here was in Arisen in a former life. Seems their wills were too strong to end with the body, and so they remain. Obstinate things.
So what does that make the pawns
It's
that died
They
here?
do more than just grumble and grouse. I'd go mad.
I thought you already were mad. But then again, you're me, so you're definitely mad.
Now, will you have a look? What'll it be? What'll it be? No doubt.
Okay, well, I'll maybe come back here while I think about whether or not I want to do the barrel glitch. Get more gear. As it stands, though, let's check out this area a bit more.
The deeper we go, the keener I sense a malice or summit like it.
Nope, wrong angle. Just go straight up. Yeah.
purpose was this place built?
Okay, everybody form up on me. If you are even slightly unprepared, we are all going to die. I know my skill level, and I know our gear level. Be ready.
A Cyclops there!
Hobgoblins! 'Tis a formidable foe.
I'll leave the weak foes to you.
The first strike shall be mine. Those tusks are hard as stone.
Oh, come on. I was just next to the club. He didn't hit me with it.
I'll grab its leg and claw its eye.
And you might think these seem like fairly mundane and weak enemies for us to just be getting started in Bitterblack Isle, right? There's a lot of enemies here, and this one's especially sizable. It's gonna leave behind a lot of meat.
Are you alright, Master?
Which one of you let them blind me? Whittle Billy, thank you.
A simple prey once hobbled. That item is mine.
Goblins hate fire!
Where are the survivors? We need to change that.
What's this?
Leave it to me.
Avoid the club. See, they can touch it.
Tis not defeat to flee from battle, Master. 'Tis survival. Roots. At such a depth. For what purpose was this place built?
What's this?
If you want to get a jump start in Dragon's Dogma 1, there is nothing against you just popping into Bitterblack Island with the proper timing, running in, grabbing some stuff, running out. It will be a step up, and if nothing else, it will give you some startup cash. Do I recommend doing this? No, it kind of throws off the difficulty curve of the base game. I feel like if you're going to go to Bitterblack Island early, you stay at Bitterblack Island early. It's fun. I didn't do it this playthrough, but I've already got some hard mode alts queued up. I do think it is fun, and I might do it on another stream, maybe. I don't know. Floating the idea out there. Considering. And as I said before, I didn't know how things were going to sequence break with death. The wargs are back. If I'd realized my timing on that, I would have gone for another holy enchant.
Like there's a wicked venom. Debilitated!
Was that all of them? So yeah, naturally you can break down the terrain, get through more doors. Did I forget a warg? I lost count.
Anytime.
Everybody take a holy buff.
What's this?
No, I don't think there's any
moonlight
left.
brings this place an otherworldly feel.
Also, you may or may not have noticed it has been night and stayed night since we got here. Time doesn't move on Bitterblack Isle. Obviously, there is a matter of perishables spoiling, but as far as like overworld time goes, if you want to progress the clock, you have to go back to the mainland. Here, it's a whole different dimension, man. We're not getting close enough to the ground level with all that meat. We shouldn't have to deal with anything spawning yet. And there we go, a third wakestone shard already. Was that third or fourth? We could definitely make a wakestone early on in this if you are worried about it. Dark Arisen gives you so many tools. It's hard not to. None of you better get in my way. Thank you. Dark Arisen gives you so many tools. Even if the difficulty is high, you're never incapable of doing anything. There's always options. It always gives you tools. But at the same stage, it's going to really require you to brace yourself for the lack of lube. Don't get in my way. This would be a survivable fall. I'd prefer not... Why are you here? Get out of my way. Do you want to kill me? Get out of my way. There we go. I'm going to regret this, but I kind of want to go down into the kill zone with all the meat and see if anything is already spawning. I'm going to regret this so hard. I think at this stage it would be a warg. If it's... Not a warg. What do you call it? I'm blanking on the name all of a sudden. A giant canine... What am I thinking of? Okay, we didn't get too close to it, but I feel like that's enough meat to spawn something. And yes, you don't have to specifically kill monsters. You have options for getting bigger creatures to spawn too. You can put down types of bait. And bait is not just your own corpse. Although, you got wake stones, you got options. But that said, if death kills your pawns, then... It's like the phantasms. They're not able to be resurrected. Not in the field. You'd have to go back to a rift stone. How close am I to the next level? Very close. Okay. Do not get used to seeing hobgoblins around here. You're going to see more of the grim goblins, the upgraded version, that would ordinarily not even spawn until you're post-dragon. So, yeah. If you thought hobgoblins were any kind of threat, then you're gonna die. Ooh, lacy leggings. Perfectly. Perfectly apt dress wear for such a sadistic shit show in waiting. Or who knows, maybe my memory is faulty and I'm remembering this as being way worse than it was. I'm not. Okay. There are some things I can say I remember certainly, Bitterblack Isle hard mode. I'm not underestimating that. I can't underestimate that. I remember too much. You think I'm going to say something like I'm farming death, and that means, oh, it's not a threat. No. That means I have hundreds of hours of experience, and I'm going to still have to prep extensively before that is on the table here. When I farm death later on, when, not if, but when I farm death later on, it is not something I recommend to most people. It is not something to be taken lightly.
What's this?
You do it if you know you can handle it. That's it.
Does someone live here?
My kind grows better able to serve the more we learn.
Lucky is the pawn able to fight at the Arisen side. I am thankful.
You guys grabbing everything? Good. Once all these spiders are dead, even if not all the meat is in one place, that should be enough stuff dead that we might have to worry. And I flubbed that jump entirely. Fuck this. Just use the staff. And I don't think the cursed carvings will start spawning until we activate that quest, so we're gonna have to go back to Elena to get one more thing. Oh, never mind, there's a cursed carving. Okay. They do spawn before you get the bounty board quest. Okay. Or a macabre sculpture. I'm sorry. Cursed carving is an item that you get in the base game. And it's not really good for anything unless you, for some reason, want to RP a bad ending to quests like Supplier's Demand. Which is, it's not worth it. I'm glad they let you have good endings and bad endings, but there's not really anything to it aside from spiting NPCs you may dislike. And in case you can't tell, this is the door we initially came in. Very early on, near the wargs. That's the door we first entered from. So you can get somewhat around most areas. There's very rarely a singular route in Bitterblack Isle. Oh my god. There are so many great things to appreciate about Bitterblack Isle. And just Dragon's Dogma in general, but especially the expansion. Dark Arisen took a game that was already a 9 out of 10, and I will say it made it a 10 out of 10 in damn near every respect. It's not a perfect game, but it's one of my top 10 for a reason. I'll say that now, yeah. Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen is in my top 10 games of all time, and there's no Soulsborne that is. I haven't finished Elden Ring. Maybe Elden Ring is. I'll get to that, hopefully before Shadow of the Erdtree drops. But as it stands, for all the games I've played, all the games I finished, Dark Arisen is so damn good that it still has my asshole puckered years later. 11 years later.
It's difficult to breathe down here.
My hope is that I may rediscover. I shall. For now, my course is.
Let's do a piece of gear. Sure. Yeah, not something I'm going to be using, sadly.
For now, my course is unchanged. Pray.
Level 69. No way better to get there than by looting. Special loot, no less. I'm going to turn it online, I'm going to replace these pawns, and now they're level 69, I think this might be a good time to call it. We've been going for, what is it, 5 hours? Where? When? How? I only farmed the Drake at the beginning for 1 hour. Where did the rest of it go? Fuck me. I mean, on one hand, but on the other hand, yeah, we're getting used to the time now. My throat doesn't want to murder me yet.
She bears a melancholy air.
Wait, inventory management before I dispense with you.
I shall, for now, if there is...
Keep the softeners. I know there's a cockatrice fairly early on. It's not going to be right away when we go back to the delving, but it's pretty early on. And I don't want to be caught unequipped for a cockatrice, or anything else that can petrify you, like a gargoyle. Is there a gargoyle coming up very soon? There might be a gargoyle coming up very soon. Jesus. Most games do not stick in my head like this, okay? Bitterblack Island, all of Dark Arisen, all of Dragon's Dogma 1 does. My memory is garbage, but this remains. It's that strong. So now that we've actually hit a nice level, I'm actually going to grab my alts pawns once I dismiss these guys. Is there anything I'm forgetting? I don't think so.
If there is aught I can do, say it. For now, my
yeah,
course
no,
is
we're good.
unchanged. I shall help as I am a prey.
Okay, I guess you're gonna have to put your shit away once I dispel you. Mm-hmm. Ellie Amscray.
Is everything in order, Master?
Have a steak. Oh, there's one of the pawns from my alts. Just overall pleasure, yeah.
This pawn stands proud of what we've accomplished. May our paths cross again.
You, little Billy, I like you.
Is everything in order, Master?
What? Do you not keep your little voice?
Is everything in order, Master?
I mean, yes, but that's slightly disconcerting. You're no longer a squeaker.
Was well worth the effort.
All right, Amscray.
May our paths cross again.
I stopped wearing my hairstyle. So yeah, here you are.
Yes, Arisen. Can I be of use?
Your voice isn't deep enough.
I am honored to travel with you.
I didn't realize there were restrictions on the vocal variants when you're actually in the Rift.
Yes, Arisen. Can I be of use? I am honored to travel with you.
The size difference when I try to make something big versus small. Balrog versus Lucrezia. Aha! Just don't make any videos when I'm not looking, okay? Please and thank you.
Knowing a rift stone is close at hand is welcome relief to a pawn.
Goddamn loot goblins. I say as I'm a loot goblin and I get to keep the damn horde. Okay. Where the hell is that quest I'm thinking of? Is it after the Gazer? Or, I thought it was before the Gazer, but it might be after the Gazer. That requires you to get back to the Everfall in a pre-post-game state. Yeah, shit. I can't remember the exact timing on that quest, so I'm gonna have to try and figure that out next time. Oh, no, hang on. Let me get something figured out first.
For now, my course is unchanged. If there is... If there is...
I abandoned the dragon, I abandoned my boyfriend, and you know what? I'm abandoning you on your adventure too. Later! I'm going back to the mainland. I need to get some presents for these pawns that are doing me so many favors on alts, or they will be eventually. Balrog. Lucrezia. These two have potential, but the Arisens they serve, each of them is in its own hard mode playthrough. And I'm not giving them gear to help the Arisen, I'm giving them gear to help themselves. Although, by helping themselves, they are helping their Arisen to a certain extent. And you know what? I'm not going to keep justifying this to myself. I already know what I'm about. I've done all the farming here, so I never have to think about it ever again. And why is your quest knowledge not updated? Did I turn you offline before I finished those quests? Because you two did all the same quests. I guess he wasn't online for that. Okay, sure, whatever. Challenger and Mitigator, but both are secondary Scathers. And neither of them actually has a complete weapon setup. Never mind complete equipment. So. Yeah. These two are going to be fun to gear up. But considering this has nothing to do with this playthrough, I might save that for another time. Or I might just do it on my own. I'll figure shit out. Ever so slightly. But we've made progress. We are finally at the end of the main quest before post-game. We are finally at nearly the end of the main quest before we fuck things up even worse. And you know what that means? We are going to stay fucked off on Bitterblack Isle for a while. Because I want to get that one side quest done. I missed the timing on that one all the damn time. I want to get it this playthrough. So we are going to stay on this diversion until such a time that Umbroth and I can say we've done it all. And when we are done, we will get the hero in the second playthrough. And we will get the hero by turning in Lost Faith. It makes 0 sense. But I'm going to do it. Because I can. And it's going to be fun the entire time. And it's going to be fun because we got great people hanging out here. Especially, let me get the name correct again. X3, Nikki X3. That was great having someone around. Especially someone who's going through the late game as well. Although, I think she was having a rough go of it. Hopefully, she keeps having fun on her own. Or comes back to the stream and we keep having fun together. Who's to say? What I will say, however, is that as far as fun today goes, I have done my worst, but we still found some anyway. And I give all the credit to you glorious bastards tolerating me. You tolerate me. You really, really tolerate me.